XRP going all the way back to 2014. And every single time that the RSI is this low, XRP bounces back up again.
Welcome to the Black Sun Empire.
So yes, right now we are extremely oversold, but pretty soon we will be overbought. So every single time you see this yellow line right here, this was the low for XRP, and right now we could literally be seeing the low for XRP as we speak. So there are a lot of reasons to be bullish on XRP. Now, why is XRP going down? What is the reason for all of this crash, right? Well, because of high interest rates. For example, we have a strong dollar, liquidity drain, the Bitcoin cycle, the 4-year cycle. A lot of people think that the Bitcoin cycle will repeat itself again, and we are in the eye of the storm right now. A lot of people are expecting for the Bitcoin 4-year cycle to repeat itself again, and a lot of people are expecting that 2026 will be a bear market. Now, so far, we're only 1 month into 2026, and we still have a long year left for the 4-year cycle to break and for us to make new all-time highs, which we could literally see this year. Now, we also, another reason why XRP is crashing is because of the leverage flush out that we saw back on October 10th. Yes, it was about 3 months ago now, but still, what happened on October 10th, people are still speaking about it, and that was the biggest liquidation event in the history of cryptocurrency. Yes, it was bigger than the FTX collapse. It was bigger than Mt. Gox. What we saw on 10/10 just a few months ago was historic. It was very bad for crypto, and a lot of people are still feeling the effects of that. Next, we have ETF, buy the rumor, sell the news type of event. We had the ETF launch, and so far we have been going down since the ETF's launch. Regulatory fear and uncertainty with the Clarity Act, for example, we have been seeing a lot of that in the news lately about how the Democrats and Republicans are not agreeing on the Clarity Act, which is also causing some FUD. Altcoin overcrowding right now. There's too many tokens chasing the same capital. And whale distribution, yes, smart money is positioning right now, and retail capitulation. That's what we're seeing right now, with boredom and impatience causing weak hands to exit near the bottoms. That is what we're seeing right now, retail capitulation at record levels for XRP right now. So many people are selling XRP because they had to pay for their mortgage or their car payment, their living expenses. Usually it's the retail investors, the normal people, the average Joe. Those are the people that are selling. So do not be like those people, because, for example, we have a lot of reasons to be bullish. This right here is a list of 10 different catalysts coming this year in 2026. Yes, 10 reasons why I'm still bullish on XRP, on Bitcoin, on currency. Well, because number one, the Bitcoin halving cycle. Well, technically, we still expecting that blow up. Usually it pumps a lot, then it dumps. And so far we haven't really seen that. Bitcoin went up steadily and now it's going down a little bit. We didn't see the blow off top like we usually do with Bitcoin and halving. And then we have the ETF influence, which is still very strong for the ETFs are buying macro liquidity conditions like lowering the interest rates, which will happen very soon. Jerome Powell will literally leave by March, I believe. In the next few months, Jerome Powell will be leaving, and someone else will be replaced by President Trump, which will lower interest rates even more, which is bullish, because that means that more money will flow into risk-on assets like currencies. So that is a major event coming very soon. The fact that the head of the Fed is going to be changed is a massive event, and that could literally trigger a massive bull run. We have next AI adoption and Web3 synergy, which is a massive bull run. We have next AI adoption and Web3 synergy, which is a massive bull run. We have next AI adoption and Web3 synergy. Mix AI and Web3. We all know that AI is the future, and AI will rely on cryptocurrency, on blockchain, on Web3 technologies. That is what AI will thrive in. So crypto is like a foundation for AI in many ways. On-chain utility growth, we are seeing more active users and real applications are being built right now in real time on Ripple, XRP, on Bitcoin, on Ethereum, on blockchains. Right now, we are seeing institutional demand growing all-time highs. So many applications are building on these cryptocurrencies. So even though the price is going down, just forget about the price for a second. ignore the price, and focus on the real growth, the real utility. And that's what we're seeing right now. Real on-chain utility growth is what's happening. Next, we have regulatory clarity, which will also take place very soon, hopefully with a Clarity Act being passed in the next few months, which will come very soon. That is going to be another major catalyst as well. And we also have in Europe, yes, the EU, the UK, other countries around the world will be passing crypto regulations very soon. And then we have a bunch of other different reasons why I'm very bullish on XRP. Like the ETFs will be buying hundreds of millions and billions of XRP this year. We have treasury companies, applications building on XRP. So many reasons to stay bullish. Do not sell because big things are coming up. Right now, I'm extremely bullish on XRP more than ever before, actually, because when everyone is selling, you should be buying. And that's what we're seeing right now. Everyone is selling. Everyone's getting out of cryptocurrency. They're getting rid of XRP. So you should do the opposite. Work hard, save your money so you can invest your money in good cryptocurrencies like XRP, which can literally change your life. And right now, this crash reminds me a lot of what we were seeing back in 2024, before President Trump won his election. I was telling all of you, please pay attention to XRP, buy XRP at these low prices. And then we pumped up a lot. We did a 5-6x in 1 month. And now we have come all the way back down. So technically, if you loved XRP at $3.55, if you're bullish on XRP, you should be even more bullish right now that we are at these low prices. You should be happy. You should look at this as a perfect gift, as an opportunity.
By air, landed at the grassy helicopter pad. It had small shelters. This is Jeffrey Epstein's island. To understand it, we've remodeled the entire island, and we've divided it into 3 main sections. So we can tell the complete story of how this place was built and what it was hiding. The first villa sits on a point just below the main house, built years after Epstein purchased the island. Next to it is another residence, connected to the pool complex by a lower-level doorway. This one even had an outdoor bath backed by a giant mirror looking out toward the sea, facing the ocean with a wide stone path. Set into the floor are 2 mirrored shell designs, along with the letter E. It may have been decoration, or something more symbolic. Sure. Above it all is the main house itself, the largest residence on the island. That's a big one. When Epstein bought Little St. James in 1998, this house...
So we're on Epstein part 3, I think. Part 3. All right. If you're just tuning in, like, share, subscribe. Looks like a lot of you like this segment. We're going viral on LinkedIn, of all places. Shocking. I'm one of the top accounts, in fact, over there. So this is cool. Good to know. And so let's try this. This is how it feels like today. We're in hell. Welcome into hell. Hades. I'm inviting everybody from Instagram and X. Follow him on x.com as Plot Palm Trees or XRP Viking. The entire market is literally taking a shift, crashing due to Sir Joffrey Epstein. Yeah. So let's continue where we were. Hold on. Post below where you from. Сейчас. Yeah, сейчас. St. Petersburg, Kiev, Moscow, Russia, Ruski, Government, Anglishant, po Hispani, po Americanca, Englishant, government, yeah, good day to сейчас, yeah, твоя сейчас, good day east, да, okay. Здравствуйте, привет. И по-русски, да. Я буду пленный Doom. Меня зовут Эрик Порт, Palm Trees. Да.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Bearable here. And I got this aggressively average content for you today. As ladies and gentlemen, you need to tell me that Jeffrey Epstein hired Jay Clayton and Gary Gensler to suppress XRP with a 5-year lawsuit because it was a threat to Bitcoin and its failed technology.
We'll go back to the other one here in a minute. This one's shorter.
Days in the Epstein file dump. Bitcoin failed as a payment system. XRP was always the one, and Epstein knew it. And the truth is going to be hard for the maxis to swallow. Bitcoin is pedo coin, sex traffic coin, illicit activity coin, and XRP is just one to rule them all. It's been proven that Epstein hated Ripple and XRP as well as Stellar. And needless, all of you are going to flip a shit when you find out that Bearable Guy 123 posted 8 years ago.
God damn.
This exact message. Oh, this makes a lot of sense now, doesn't it? Ladies and gentlemen, it's so clear to me. But what should be so clear to all of you is what's happening behind the scenes and the lowest levels of society. Behind the mainstream is being exposed in real time, and actively we are watching a pullback in the market due to the Epstein file dump. But what I need to tell you is this: the Bitcoin being used in sex trafficking and illegal activity narrative should surprise none of you, because Bitcoin's initial use case was Silk Road, the dark web, drugs, and sex trafficking. What else was it used for? That was its use case. I'm going to try and flip this
That was
as far as
its
narratives are
use
concerned to try and suppress the crypto space, but the issue is now XRP has full legal clarity and is one of the most credible cryptos on the planet. Even up to March 2019, people were making sure Epstein was in the loop on XRP. showing Coinbase is in the middle of a massive controversy. Kraken CEO believes Ripple's XRP and the Neutrino startup are involved. Ladies and gentlemen, this is so massive. The reality of the situation is
These cases baby trafficking.
XRP got sued at the highest levels of government because the government has been infiltrated by Epstein and others that are tied to Epstein. Cough, cough, Gary. Diddle me this, Gary. Diddle me that, Gary. Gary Gensler is a diddler. You've seen it in his little beady eyes. And while that's not fun to say, the reality of the situation is that XRP's adoption has been limited because of all this background so-called conspiracy theory nonsense that has become proven to be true. I appreciate every single one of you to holding strong on this journey, but we're about to be rewarded in the biggest of ways. Because God doesn't reward illicit activity and evil. He rewards patience and perseverance. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what you can see here is the business cycle. The business cycle is the actual reason go parabolic. QT has ended. Rate cuts coming. Quantitative easing comes next. And Bitcoin just touched the natural low of the business cycle. The last time this happened, Bitcoin went up 5,000% in 2013. In 2017, Bitcoin went up 6,500%, alts 20 to 100x. In 2021, Bitcoin went up 1,700%, alts 10 to 40x. The business cycle doesn't end, it resets. That's the exact truth. We see here record ETF inflows. XRP SPY ETF saw inflows last week, while Bitcoin and Solana had negative outflows. With outflows from alt XRP in the space, and I can't stress that enough. Every major XRP pump in history is from our RSI bouncing off the 47-48 level. And that's where we are right now. Right there. The ISM PMI just printed 52.6, and this is a vicious expansion. And this expansion doesn't mark crypto tops, my friends. It opens the window for major crypto bull runs. The macro for the win. Barry Silverman from Grayscale has said that the current crypto pullback is flushing out leverage and weak tokens, predicting a major market capital run to stronger digital assets. And here, we see XRP down tremendously. This is the last leg down in my shot reversal. And I'm promise you that that's the case. Can't stress that.
Holy shit!
This is this trading pattern that's going on here. This is short-term down.
I can't believe I beat him my first try. I was so close. No health.
Oh, we're in a beautiful place to be alive for the XRP community. And what we can see on the screen is the Bitcoin dominance chart, which needs to fall here in short order for us to see what we need to see. Bitcoin dominance has been at record highs, and we're going to see it retrace to allow for alts like XRP to have their day in the sun. Ladies and gentlemen, XRP in 2017 saw a major move, a fantastic move. We saw in 2017 XRP as low as half a penny. And then as we approached March, we saw it go from half a penny to 6 cents, then all the way to 40 cents. went all the way up to 6 cents during its bullish uptrend, down to 3 cents, and up to 40. I believe right now we are in the March 2017 move XRP experienced, and that only took 6 to 8 weeks. I think a lot of people are going to be shocked by how quickly XRP can. And I can't stress that enough. You see here, what all of you need to understand is Epstein funded Bitcoin and Zcash and hired Gary Gensler to kill Ripple and Stellar. You cannot dismiss this evidence. Gary went to MIT, met up with Epstein. Epstein discussed Zcash, forks, and quietly flags Ripple and Stellar as a threat to the ecosystem. And that ecosystem was Silk Road transactions. This was Bitcoin's initial use case. I don't get why anyone is surprised, and I don't even know why this is negative. Like, are we shocked? You shouldn't be. XRP, in my opinion, is going to pull a move that Zcash experienced just a couple months ago. In August into September, Zcash was $35 to $50, went all the way up to $700. That is a 15 to 20x move. Was there an altcoin season that coincided with this move up for Zcash? Absolutely not. I think XRP is going to experience an Zcash style bull run. Isolated, independent, one of a kind. The ETF volume is there. And I don't think any of you realize how massive that is, because if XRP moves first before the rest of the alts like HBAR, like XLM, like others that we discuss on this channel and on my own videos, then that is our generational wealth play to rotate some profits from XRP to some high quality, underpriced coins. It's right here at our doorstep. The 2017 style fractal for XRP is actively playing out in real time. Yes, it's wicking down very low, but I think this is exactly where the oversold territory is. I think XRP is drastically oversold, and the life has been sucked out of it to the point where it's oh so investable to institutions. And that's exactly what's going to happen. You see people like BC Backer are calling for a fractal to play out that has in the past. And all of you better respect BC Backer's analysis. Because I remember vividly in October 10th, when he had sold his positions, he got bombarded by disparaging comments on Twitter, on YouTube, when he's just giving his objective analysis. And he was absolutely right, vindicated beyond belief. You see, what all of you need to learn at home is not to be a bear or a bull. It's to analyze both and make a decision. This game is about making bets and making more successful bets than incorrect ones. That's the point of the game. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been wrong, but I've still made money in crypto. There have been times where I've been right, and I've lost money, despite the fact that I've been right. Being right and wrong does not matter in markets. It's being prepared and having a plan that matters. That is the biggest lesson you'll ever learn on my channel. You better write it down.
Patients are not caring for their lips. They become very painful. For keeping lips healthy, I recommend Bliss Tech.
Find your next possibility. I'm Cars.com.
Where to next? Now, the big news catalyst for the overall crypto space is this market structure bill, Clarity Act, whatever legislation they need to pass to get everything on board. But me personally, I'm going to say this right now. Price before law. Repeat after me. Price before law. Well, why? Well, because the bill passing is the sell the news event. And the big boys, the savages, They always buy the rumor. The rumor has not been purchased. Has it, guys? Just when everyone turns into a bear, the crypto market throws a curveball and shocks you. This is not a typical cycle. This is its own thing. We are going into uncharted waters and a cycle that we've never seen before. Ladies and gentlemen, hold on to your hats, because markets only go three ways. Markets go down, just like they have. Markets go sideways, like they have been. And markets go up. We've seen up. We've seen down. We've seen sideways. Now we must go up. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the bearable. Thanks for tuning in. If you haven't done so already, please subscribe to my OnlyFans at OnlyFans. Small shelters for passengers and luggage. Nearby, two strange details stand out. At the top of a slope is a giant monkey statue, and beside it, a stone staircase
A giant
that leads up the
monkey
hill,
statue?
then stops abruptly, earning it the name the Stairs to Nowhere. This
What?
northern section of the island was meant to impress. Moving toward the center of the island, the design shifts. Here, the focus is less on luxury and more on control. Tucked into the trees is a low building, almost hidden from view.
This place is
Its
massive.
purpose is still unknown. Just beyond it lies
Wait, so there's a giant warehouse and nobody knows why it's there? Well, that seems pretty interesting. Huh.
the island's main service area.
Wow.
This section held the machines that kept everything running. The desalination plant for fresh water, generators for power,
Oh, shit.
storage rooms, and sewage management.
It's like a rust base.
Some of these buildings were built directly into the hillside. Their flat rooftops doubled as parking pads, and vents cut into the ground.
So you had people landing on the. Oh my god!
Hinted at larger rooms below. In one case, drone footage even captured doors leading deeper into the hill.
Dude. Oh. Oh, wow.
Raising questions about what might have been hidden underground.
The caves of
From this
despair.
hub, a steep road winds upward. On the surface, it looks like a simple path, but it may cover a water pipeline that connects to the island's fountain.
Yeah?
The fountain itself sat quietly in the middle of the
Nice
island,
fountain.
ringed with benches.
Sure.
In one video, deer were seen grazing nearby, giving the strange sense of calm in a place filled with secrets.
There's deer.
Closer to the southern edge of this section, a massive sundial stands. Once, it was surrounded by 13 brightly painted
13 brightly painted benches?
benches. Some say representing the 13 ruling bloodlines in conspiracy folk. The face of the sundial resembles a Masonic design, another detail that fueled speculation. Nearby, smaller structures dotted the coast. One open-air cabana seemed to have massage tables beneath its straw roof.
Oh, Jesus. Man.
It's out. Schedule. beachside building, now only ruins, may have been for changing clothes or toilets. Close to the sundial, an odd patch of beach is marked out on Google Maps.
Yeah.
Blurred, as if to hide something.
Oh.
On higher ground
what?
sits a large building with 3 garage doors and a row of sealed windows. Some have described it as a staff barracks, others as storage. Either way, it stood apart from the luxury of the main house,
All right.
suggesting it was built for those who worked, or were kept, on the island.
They were kept in it.
This middle zone tied everything together.
Google Maps.
The southern stretch of the island is where the strangest and most unsettling designs appear. At the far southwest tip stands the most infamous
There's the fucking building.
structure of all, the so-called temple.
The temple.
Fuck. Painted in bold blue and white stripes, it once had a golden
Blue and white. What are the colors of the Israeli flag? I forgot.
dome and statues of Poseidon and birds perched on its corners. From the outside, it looks like something out of another world. Early visitors described its inside as a music room with bookshelves, a grand piano, and even a portrait of Epstein with the Pope.
Portrait of Epstein with the Pope?
But by 2019, drone footage revealed only scaffolding, mattresses, and junk, as if it had been stripped bare. Mattresses? Some believe a small nearby shed hides entrances underground, though nothing has ever been proven.
What the fuck?
One site shows a pergola with 2 sealed doors built into the hillside. A second building that once stood here was destroyed during Hurricane Irma, leaving behind only a flagpole and a concrete slab. This part of the island also served as a dumping ground. Trash was buried under dirt.
Only
But over
trash?
time, pieces surfaced again. Visitors later reported seeing everything from machinery to broken furniture left rotting under the sun. Above the dome is a second swimming pool. Unlike the grand pool complex near the main house, this one was smaller, attached to a 1,200 square foot building with a garage-style door. Other features add to the eerie.
I mean, this has to be a call. This is like a Call of Duty map or something. Like, this is crazy. Oh my god.
Redesign. A flight of stairs to nowhere climbs up the hillside, ending abruptly with a statue at its top.
Is
A
this the
large
gorilla?
monkey statue
Yeah.
sits nearby, silent and
gorilla.
unsettling. At the highest point of the island, a tall telecom tower looms, with Wi-Fi repeaters fixed to buildings all around, ensuring constant surveillance and communication. Here, on this southern edge, mystery collide. The temple, the sundial, the sealed doors, and the landfill. All of it suggests an island designed
Somebody's saying it's a shrine to Harambe.
not only for privacy, but for secrecy. What the fuck?
That was his island. Oh my god. I'll link you guys. This video isn't by this guy, but this is where it came from. This is where I got it from. Where everything changed. Yes. Holy fucking shit, man. So here we go again. It just gets even more insane. After the Haiti earthquake occurred in January 2010, Epstein and others became increasingly interested in Haiti. I found an interesting email. Someone is in deep shit. An unnamed contact about low-key personnel trip to Port-au-Prince, Haiti, that someone named Steve had received an invitation to meet Haiti's newly elected president. What the fuck? Epstein said due to Haiti's chaotic banking system, it would make it a good spot to park money discreetly. What? So they're just out here talking about, like, born in 3 to 4 weeks. It's unstable for sure with all the crazy banking stuff, but it might be safe to park money. Steve and I, if we do it, will do this very quietly. Leave from New York City sometime in October, one night in Port-au-Prince. You are welcome to join us on the down low. And that is from Jeffrey fucking... Oh my god. Well, so there it is. They need to show us the names. Well, so he's doing this too. Let me go back and find the rest of it. And oh my God, his also Jeffrey Epstein's 10,000-acre ranch in New Mexico, known as Zorro. It had an airstrip and helicopter pad. So everybody's talking about the island, but I had no idea he also had an entire ranch. Holy shit! It had an airstrip, a helicopter pad. He legally, through campaign donations, paid off the local sheriff and a wide range of New Mexico politicians and operated there with total impunity.
The Tempur-Pedic breeze makes sleep feel cool, so no more sweating on land.
Wide range of New Mexico politicians and operated there with total impunity. Yeah, Ram Ranch is real. Holy shit. A whole fucking compound, I know. And so anyway, let's go back and look at the other ones here too. And, we already saw this before. And the more that comes out, the more you start to wonder if we even know how sick these people are. And Harvard professor Martin Nowak, they emailed Ghislaine Maxwell in 2002 to thank her for her hospitality. Then, out of nowhere, I am so happy that I did not kill anybody. I am so very sorry I caused you so much worry and I spoiled this day. I am so happy that I did not kill anybody. My perspective on life has changed now. Lots of love, Martin. Jeffrey Epstein's Zorro Ranch report surfaced in 2019 regarding a never-realized plan by the late Jeffrey Epstein to use his ranch for a baby-making factory or a eugenics project where he hoped to inseminate women with his DNA. Oh my God. I don't even know what to say. Epstein Island had a temple dedicated to the demon Moloch. Wait. I don't think that, I mean, what are those? I don't even know what the hell those things are. Oh, this is Poseidon. Children were being sacrificed to the gods of elites on Epstein's Island. The designs and statues on the island reference Babylonian cultures that worshipped in the same false light Anunnaki gods. Even their demonic messenger was there. This is really special. Yep, and it's got a nose ring too. The more things change, the more they stay the same. And Jeffrey Epstein was collaborating with Bitcoin developer, biohacker, and transhumanist to create the first live birth of a human designer baby, and human cloning was conducting initial experiments in Ukraine. Oh boy. Sounds like you could be the first investor so long as there's absolute anonymity. I have always envisioned there would be anonymity requirements about babies. We can't publicly identify who these are or their parents or benefactors. It would brand the child, essentially and sadly a freak of life in the media. So I always assumed the investor would need absolute anonymity for these kinds of products. So the financial structure needs to be designed with those details in mind. Let's discuss these issues later on. I have no issue with investing. The problem is only if I am seen to lead. There is a deck about my designer baby project. I can't program, but I am not bad at structuring. Smiley face. Attached is a document that you requested. It's the use of funds spreadsheet for the designer baby and human cloning company. There it is. Yep, there it is. Wow. The Clone Wars, yep, 0 arrests. Nobody's going to get arrested. Nobody's going to jail. Nothing's going to happen. Everything will continue on as normal, and there will be no consequences, no changes, nothing at all. And in 5 years from now, people won't even believe what was being released today ever even happened. That's the difference. That's where things are going to go. People won't even believe that it happened. This gets us out of the self-funded garage biology phase to the first live birth of a human designer baby, and possibly a human clone within 5 years. When was this? 2008. Within 5 years. Once we reach the first birth, everything changes, and the world will never be the same again, much less the future of the human species. Attached document shows that $1 million, 1.7 a year for an up to 5 years, plus a $1 million lab setup. Honestly, that's a really good deal. That's a great deal for something like this. Like, wow, like 1.7 million a year? Yeah, it's pretty cheap. Wow. Okay. He was creating his next vessel. So, yeah, I think that's true. Next steps, I'm happy to hop on another call and take a trip to meet you in person. And if you have any thoughts about what might be missing or what's a reasonable estimate to get to the first live birth, I might really appreciate this. I'm going to be in Lithuania. Well, so I guess amateur in Mississippi has been testing human sperm modification. Dude, I don't even know what to say. I really don't. Like, what the fuck is going on? So anyway, we've got even more of this. Let me see if I can pull up the other ones too, because it's gotten even more ridiculous and even more insane. So, where is it here? Oh no, this one, that's right. That one was bullshit. Let me go back to the other one. There's been a lot of these that were bullshit. I've gone through them and I haven't gotten through everything. Epstein and Maxwell bury 2 foreign kids that were strangled to death during rough fetish sex. Man. Was taken from Jeffrey Epstein's home as my insurance in case a cause of future litigation against Epstein. Sorry, no questions. Do you know somewhere in the hills outside of Zorro, that's his ranch, 2 foreign girls were buried on orders of Jeffrey and Madam G. Both died by strangulation during rough fetish sex. Here are the link footage from Jeffrey Epstein, link truncated, sex video with minor, threesomes, underage girl. Oh my God. So, big moment for XMI. It just crushed his 2021. So, bro, this is too much? Oh, this isn't even... I think that this is the tip of the iceberg. That's what I think this really is. I think it's actually the tip of the iceberg here. And...
You believe that children are being abused by pedophiles in Hollywood.
Absolutely.
So why are you sitting down talking to me? Why aren't you sitting down with the police right now?
I've told the police. In fact, if anybody wants to go back to 1993 when I was interviewed by the Santa Barbara Police Department, I sat there and I gave them the names. They're on record. They have all of this information, but they were scanning Michael Jackson. All they cared about
Abuse.
was Michael was innocent.
You said the king. Of course he's innocent. You've had death threats?
Yep. Yes.
Because you have this information.
Yes.
Have threatened to expose. Another reason I think to go to police, that's crime to threaten someone's life.
Going to the police with that as well.
And what would be wrong with going to the police now?
So wait a minute. So were you saying that a lot of this stuff got scapegoated on Michael Jackson? And they focused on Michael Jackson to keep the focus away? Holy shit. Again, it didn't work out for
There's a statute of limitations, Matt, in the state of California, which protects people. It's not
Listen to this. Listen to this.
limitations, Matt. There's a statute of limitations, Matt, in the state of California, which protects people. It's not that way in New York. It's that way only where the New York State is. Conveniently enough, in California. That's the seriousness of this. It's not, because if I were to go to the police, I would be the one who's getting sued.
Wow. Wow. I don't even know what to say. And this is insane, man. Epstein Island, is this the real Neverland Ranch? Well, Epstein, to be fair, Epstein also had a ranch, too. So just keep that in mind. It's not like there's only one.
I'm saying that there are people that were the people that did this to both me and Corey that are still working, they're still out there, and they're some of the richest, most powerful people in this business. And I'm saying that there are people that were the people that did this to both me and Corey that are still working, they're still out there, and they're some of the richest, most powerful people in this business. And they do not want me saying what I'm saying right now.
Are you saying that they're pedophiles?
Yes.
And that they're still in this business?
Yes.
That's what you're saying in your book. When you talk about this an entire industry.
I'm sorry.
This retarded hag. This retarded fucking hag. Oh my god.
This is an entire industry.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to. I'm just trying to say that it's a very important, serious topic. Because in some cases,
an entire industry.
Oh my god. She's one of the clones. Once the Epstein files are fully released, I think there's a possibility America will no longer be a country. What are you talking about? Shut up. Disney sent children to Epstein Island. Afterward, make your way to second snorkel stop, Little St. James Island. Oh my god, that's his island right there. Disney Cruise Line. So they're having kids go nearby Jeffrey Epstein's island? This is a Disney? There's no way. Oh my god, Disney Cruises? It's that logo, yes. I don't even, oh my god. I will be sending fresh muffins with carnia. You currently have 2 steaks on the island. Would you like new ones? 2 steaks. How about that? Wow. When we began the pizza arrangement, I thought we were going to be more careful than this. Barack Obama, $65,000 hot dogs. The hot dogs that can come, but if you make a spectacle out of it, it will be our downfall. All this coded language, it is. It's all oh man. And then so, yes, this is what I saw earlier. A user on Reddit managed to log into Epstein's Outlook account using the information he found on the officially released files. Epstein's Outlook password was #1 island. The #1 island boy. Oh my god. In plain sight, yes. And, oh my god, really? Yes. Actually, really, that's a password. I don't even know what else to say. And, this is also, there's been an ongoing conversation recently about whether Jeffrey Epstein is actually a vampire time traveling, and in a previous life, he was formerly Andrew Jackson, President of the United States. Now, at this current point, we're not sure if that's true. There's a high probability that it's not true. But that probability that it's not true gets smaller every day, doesn't it? It does. That's very, very odd. He has so much power. Think about it. Yeah, it's 50-50. It's 50-50. Either happen or it's not. And so 67% will never know. I think we might. Yeah. I mean, Andrew Jackson could be Jeffrey Epstein. I don't know. Are you ready for this conversation? Oh, born ready. Absolutely. So where's the rest of this here? And then also, this is insane, bro. Saudi government sold the Kaaba's covering to Jeffrey Epstein. So the Kaaba is like it is the most holy. It's like, I don't know if I'm really doing this justice. It's like the Shroud of Turin or the Holy Grail, right? The Ark of the Covenant level of a relic to the Islamic faith, right? It is like, it's the biggest, most important one. They all walk in a circle around it. They touch it. It's a big fucking deal, okay? It's a massive fucking deal. And so anyway, it's a rock. It is a rock. And so anyway, but the inside of the box, there is a rock. I believe it's a meteorite or something like that. The Saudi Arabian government sold the Kaaba's covering to Jeffrey Epstein. It's been revealed that pieces of the Kaaba's covering is covering were purchased by Epstein to be used as carpets in his home. Realistically speaking, how can Islam recover from this? I think this is the greatest religious humiliation since the fall of Constantinople. Bro, like, I don't know how many of these are real or not. I mean, some of the shit that comes out is hard to say. He probably made yeah, bro, he actually could have had the Holy Grail. I don't know what else to say. And what the fuck, who was this guy? I don't know. Okay, this is the other thing that I want to look at. So there is not a good chance. There is a chance that Epstein is still alive. It sounds insane, but let's examine the evidence. An hour before Epstein's death was announced, a series of 4chan posts from an MCC prison guard claiming a body swap took place, and a van arriving that didn't check into the prison violated prison protocols. From the recent Epstein drop, we know the FBI investigated the person behind this post hard, and it's now confirmed from bank statements affiliated with the subpoenas that the person who made those posts was an actual MCC prison guard named Roberto, I don't know how to say his last name. There are other anomalies as well. The cell was not preserved as a crime scene, violating the Bureau of Prisons protocol. Epstein's, quote, body was removed before the FBI agents arrived, and no photos were taken of the body in the cell. Items in the cell were moved or disturbed during the initial investigation, leading experts to criticize the handling as shoddy and potentially compromising evidence. No DNA evidence or fingerprint confirmations exist to Jeffrey Epstein's bodies because his brother Mark identified the body as real. Would Mark have an incentive to lie about his brother actually being dead? And even instigate a fake fight over whether he was murdered or committed suicide in order to distract from the theory if he's alive? So this is the post. Not saying anything after this, please don't try to dox me, but last night after 4:15 a.m., they took him to medical in a wheelchair, front cuffed, but not triage. Not one triage nurse says they spoke to him. Next thing we know, a trip van shows up. We do not do releases on the weekends unless a judge orders it. Next thing we know, he's put in a single-man cell and hangs himself. Here's the thing. The trip van did not sign in, and we did not record the plate number, and the guy in a green dress military outfit was in the back of the van, according to the tower guy who let him through the gate. You guys, I'm shaking right now, but I think they switched him out. Oh, man. Oh, man. Morticians confirmed the photos of Epstein's body were actually him alive, not deceased. Yeah, do you remember whenever people said that, you know, like, Epstein didn't kill himself? Now they're saying Epstein's not even dead. He could be watching the stream right now. Yep, think about that. Jeffrey Epstein could be watching this stream at this very moment. Hi, Jeff. Oh my God. Well, there it is, guys. Things are just going absolutely fucking insane. Jeff done fucked up. It was always a possibility. It sure was. I mean, I don't even know what else to say about this beyond, I mean, it is beyond anything. Epstein on tape advising former Israeli PM Barak to approach Palantir founder Peter Thiel.
He thought there was two cyber companies. Look out, and even though I know Peter, I've never met Peter Thiel. And everybody says he sort of jumps around and acts like he's on drugs. Smoking, yeah. Yeah. He looks under the drugs. However, he has a company called Palantir. Pallen. Tier. Palantir is Peter Thiel's company. And look out.
What, you never seen Lord of the Rings?
Palantir, Palantir? Yes. Thierl.
See, guys? See, it's not just me. Okay? This goes all the way to the top.
Thiel. LLY. No. Thiell. Okay. So he thought that Peter would put you on the board of Palantir. Peter Thiel is one of the best. I've never met him. He's going to come in next week.
He's one of the best. I've never met him.
So I wanted to talk to him. Talk to you. He and Andreessen. It's called Andreessen Horowitz.
Mark Andreessen.
Andreessen Horowitz, they pay Larry $1 million a year. Just to advise them.
So, wait a minute. So he's trying to hook this guy up with an advisory position where he just gets locked into a nice, A16Z. Yep, that's right. Yep, that's exactly it. And Andreessen's one of the biggest venture capital companies in the world.
Yes, and A-N.
This seems fake, A16Z? Yeah, A16Z is an offshoot fund that, you know, Andreessen Horowitz, right? I think this is where it came from, is that it's the beginning and end of their names, right? And so that's how it happened. Fake video? I don't think it's fake. There's VC for a lot of gaming companies? Yeah, I know. There's 16 letters in between, yeah.
Dreeson, Andreessen, and Horowitz. And Howard. H-O-R.
Howitzer?
Horowitz. What they are? It's a lobbyist. What they are? They are the biggest venture capital.
True.
People in Silicon Valley. Bigger than Sequoia.
True, actually. They are.
These are the new Kleiner Perkins. Everybody, these are the smart boys. So those two companies right away.
Approved by Jeffrey Epstein.
In terms of, I said that we need now, in the next 3 weeks, if you're going to leave.
Man, the smartest boys. Oh my God. Is it true his Outlook was still active after his death? I don't know, man. I have no idea. So we have Epstein on tape advising him to approach Peter Thiel. Oh my God. I don't even want to show that on stream. That's crazy.
I met Epstein a few times as well, and
this is all great. Let me get to that. I'll copy paste it, and then I'm going to get to that one after this.
I think
How'd you get introduced?
it was Reid Hoffman in Silicon Valley introduced us in 2014, but it was basically and I you know didn't check, didn't ask enough questions about it. But I think there were sort of a lot of things where it was fraudulent. I do think Epstein knew a lot about taxes, and there were probably these complicated ways you could structure a nonprofit organization, especially as a way in a marital context that I think Epstein might have known a decent amount about.
How, when you were introduced to him?
I don't think Epstein would have been able to comment on super string theory or something like that.
Yeah.
But I think this sort of thing he might have actually been pretty expert on.
When you were introduced
Everyone worked with him because he was really good at taxes.
It's
like watching porn for the plot.
One of the smartest tax people in the world.
The taxes.
Interesting.
The taxes.
And I probably was my moral weakness that I.
Well, how could you have known back then? He had never been arrested.
And this was 2014. It was post arrest.
Also, his arrest was the first arrest, right?
Yeah,
it was like 2007.
Well, that's what happens.
Okay. And so.
Yeah. But you assume he didn't go to jail for that long.
Right.
It was probably not as serious as alleged. Yeah. There was certainly the illusion that there were all these.
They don't give a shit. They didn't give a shit. They didn't care.
These other people.
Just that.
That I trusted.
The way it is.
Reid, who
just the way it
is. He started LinkedIn. He was, maybe too focused on business networking. But,
right.
But I thought he always had good judgment in people.
When the shit went down and Epstein gets arrested for the second time, we're like, oh, well, there you go.
I've thought about it.
I've thought about it. Yeah, I bet. And so this is it. Let me go back. I'll pull this one up too. No, this is insane. And so is this more of them? Ehud Barak hides his face as he enters Jeffrey Epstein's mansion. Wait, this is the same guy.
More Jeffrey Epstein fallout. DailyMail.com has exclusively learned that the ever-expanding probe into the billionaire is now threatening to derail the Israeli election for prime minister.
Oh, wow.
Chris Fargo has more now from our New York newsroom.
That's bad.
Chris.
Jesse, DailyMail.com has exclusively uncovered photos of one of Israeli leader Benjamin Netanyahu's main challengers, former Prime Minister Ehud Barak, covering his face as he entered the convicted pedophile's home. What the fuck? This was back in 2016, and on the same day, a group of young women were also seen arriving at Epstein's home. Barak is already trying to distance himself from Epstein and their business partnerships. Writing on Facebook, as soon as the present charges related to Epstein became known, I instructed my lawyers to examine the options we have for expelling the company associated with Epstein from this partnership. Also, Jesse, Epstein accuser Courtney Wild held a press conference in Manhattan one day after asking a judge to keep Epstein behind bars. Here's what she had to say.
It's time for the government to do the right thing for me and all the other victims. If you are a victim of Jeffrey Epstein, then you know what I know. He will never stop sexually abusing children until he is in jail.
Wild says she was sexually abused by Epstein when she was 14 and still embraces. She's also an unnamed victim in the 2008 lawsuit against the Department of Justice after Epstein avoided similar charges.
All right, Chris Fargo in New York City. Thank you.
God damn. So he's covering his face walking into Jeffrey Epstein's fucking house. And then this is another one. I find this to be interesting. Palantir stands with Israel. What are the odds of that? Wow. It's crazy how all these things just line up the same way, huh? Wow. But it's just really like, I mean, what are the odds of that? You're crazy. Oh, what about, no, we got another one. Even more of it. Okay. All right. Let me pull this one up. I'll see what it is. What's the future of Israel?
Israel. I mean, something will happen in Iran. Maybe we'll succeed, maybe we won't, and that'll make it worse. But the demography seems terrible.
Nobody sane seems to be procreating, and everybody sane in their own way seems to have 5 children.
True.
Whether it's Arabs or they have 5 children. If you're regular Israeli, you have 1.5 children.
The Haredim are more productive than the Arabs.
So they're mad that the Goyim are having too many kids? The Goyim are reproducing and...
we cancelled some of the... We had exponential support function for productivity. So something bizarre.
The wrong people are breeding. Yes.
I always, when I meet a friend with 3 children, tell him, another 2 and you are deep into the social security trap. That's your job. Oh my God. You can sit idle. No, I don't. The future of Israel is waking up.
The future of Israel.
Putting a wedge on this drift along the slippery slope to one state nation. Because this one state nation even faster, it would be bi-national.
So if it's a one-state nation, what happens to Palestine?
Then within a generation, with an Arab majority. In fact, one of Abu Mazen partners to...
Someone says bye-bye.
He was the one who negotiated with us. All of
okay.
The crucial point some 5 years ago when he negotiated with Tzipli about far from the public eye.
Right.
Everyone knew. And she demanded that he will recognize
Israel as a
Jewish state, part of any document.
They're trying to enforce it.
Cannot do it. If you continue,
that's why they won't recognize Palestine?
Well, we will turn into one state.
One state.
From the Jordan to the Mediterranean, every citizen will get a vote. And the majority will decide what could be simple. So it's not there's a need to stop
from
this.
The rivers to the city.
In a way, it's a collective blindness of our society. The sight field is not food. Some people do not see everything. But some happen here, don't see it. That's what happens to our society right now. So they are the one. And that's why it's not as if someday we are making them a favor. Doing a favor to the Palestinians. But even within the borders of smaller Israel, there is still an issue. And I think the Arabs are going slowly. They were 40 years ago, they were 16%, now they are 20%. We should be able to make...
So they're talking about like demographic changes.
Quality. First, the Druze, they are about 1% there. The Israelis, their behavior by security people.
Man, numbers game always? I guess so. The Arabs in Israel? Yeah, because the Arabs are about 20% of Israel. That's true. It's accurate. Oh my God.
Это вам не казино, тут люди реально зарабатывают до... Несколько тысяч в неделю стал постоянным. Многие думают, чтобы много зарабатывать, нужны большие...
Iranian soldiers about to be puking and internally bleeding? I'm gonna be real. Like if I was part of the IRGC and I saw what happened in Venezuela, I would be roaching the fuck out. I would be gone, especially after they got all their nuke stuff blown up too. Like I'd be freaking the fuck out.
All right, it is 9 minutes after the top of the hour, and the president of Iran is warning the United States that if the attacks on their supreme leader could constitute an all-out war.
Oh,
President Trump calls for an end to the
So Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Ying's all over this. He joined us from Tel Aviv with the latest. Hey, Trey.
Yeah, hey guys, good morning. Over the weekend, Iran's supreme leader continued to attack President Trump and the United States of America. The Ayatollah Khamenei
On Twitter.
He addressed a crowd on Saturday that was chanting death to America and death to Israel as he called President Trump a criminal. The remarks, which were broadcast on state-controlled media, followed a slew of X posts where he falsely claimed the U.S. orchestrated the mass killing and chaos in Iran.
We consider the U.S. president a criminal for the casualties, damages, and the slander he inflicted on the Iranian nation.
In an interview with Politico, President Trump responded saying it's time to look for new leadership in Iran. And on Sunday, Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian warned that any aggression against the supreme leader would be considered an all-out war. As the country's leadership is discussing more about the protests, new video provided to Fox News by a source in Tehran shows Iranians gathered outside of a morgue demanding answers about their loved ones.
Yeah, because all the people were getting killed. That's why they turned off the internet, obviously. That's what happened.
The Iranian regime is now admitting at least 5,000 people were killed during these demonstrations.
Anybody could see
the true number is likely much higher and could be in the tens of thousands, according to some estimates.
This is probably in the tens of thousands.
Predominantly Kurdish Iranian city of Kermanshah told Fox News that he saw bodies in the streets and that security forces came and took some of the bodies away. Around the world, protests and vigils have been held for those Iranians who were killed and the thousands that remain imprisoned following the crackdown.
Surely they're going to let them out of jail, right?
Message here is keep pressure on
Surely they will.
Iran. Yeah, and what's really important is, as the vigil tonight is calling for, is all political prisoners need to be free. So President Trump should set that as a new red line to have the Iranian regime release 50,000 protesters, peaceful protesters that were arrested by the regime.
There's nothing that you can do. You have to get rid of them, because if you don't get rid of them, they're just going to go after and get these people later on. Like, it's not like they can't just kill them later. So they'll do this to make Trump relent on them, and then they're going to turn around and start doing the same thing again. Like, it's not like you can just, you pinky promised. That doesn't mean, it's not how it works. They're just going to change their mind.
So we're asking the White House, keep the pressure on Iran.
Here in Israel, the military and political echelons continue to hold consultations about the possibility of war with Iran. Guys, back to you.
I don't think there's going to be a war.
Trey, the death toll you kind of indicated is higher than listed. I've heard 16,500. I've heard 300,000 have been hurt. What numbers are you getting?
Yeah, the death toll is far higher than we even know. The Iranians themselves are admitting 5,000 killed amid these demonstrations. Human rights organizations say the number could be north of 12 or even 16,000. The issue here is an internet blackout, making it incredibly difficult to get information.
Well, it's just like, logically, why would they turn off the internet? They obviously turned it off so they could kill their people. So there wouldn't be as much of an international outrage over it. That's clearly what happened. I don't see how anybody would not come to that immediate conclusion.
The ground in Iran. I've been speaking with Iranians who are using Starlink satellite uplinks.
Suspicious, yeah.
And they say that they have seen hundreds killed in their cities.
Holy fuck.
Kermanshah in the predominantly Kurdish area of Iran. Further south of...
Eric, plots. Shouldn't you be making this?
Tehran, in Isfahan, in the capital.
What gets me is the rest of the world's silent. We have a literal crime against humanity happening, and the U.S. are the only ones wanting to do something about it. The global community are a bunch of cucks, and their opinions and everything should be ignored. I think that people... I think you're right. Yeah, true.
Tehran, you're getting similar reports, and also horrific images are being shared showing how these security forces opened fire on crowds of people, aiming at their eyes, trying to blind the demonstrators.
Of course.
And so while the Iranian regime is trying to block us from reporting, we're doing everything we can to get around those hurdles so that we can bring this information to the world.
And to that point, Trey, yesterday on this program, we interviewed an Iranian American.
1 second, guys. Cut to one of my compositions, my first copywritten composition called God's Favorite Angel.
Copywritten Eric Kwok, God's Favorite Angel.
Damn. It just cut me off like that. This phone sucks. Piece of shit. Okay. Trying to figure out how to get to that gold chest.
Watch me buy XRP in 14 seconds on Kraken.
We have a brand new XRP update. We have a ton of new information around Ripple and XRP that we're going to get into. There's a new interview with Paul Barron, with Christian Giancarlo, talking about we have to tip our hat to the XRP community. We also have an update across AI and how that's being used on the XRP ledger and why that's going to be very important. And of course, we're going to be talking about the update that Ripple just put out about Hyperliquid and what that's truly going to mean for the XRP ledger. Let's start here. Let's go.
I think we need clarity to force them. And once they no longer have the cover of a lack of legislation, they no longer have the cover to say there's too much regulatory risk, they will have to innovate. And then they will be adopting a digital network architecture, whether it's XRP. And we all have to tip our hat to XRP. That was, poster child for the Gensler Warren attack on crypto. And withstood it, and they stood up to it, and they're still standing and now persevering. So I tip my hat. There's also other L1s out there like the Canton Network, which is really developing very rapidly as a wholesale solution. I fully don't believe those who are maximalist and say the whole world's going to reduce down to Ethereum, the whole world's going to reduce down to XRP, the whole world's going to reduce down to Canton. I think the digital...
It's going to be a group of all of it. Let's keep going here.
One of the things I think you look at in terms of the innovation landslide that's going to be coming to the U.S., you could compare this to what Ripple was able to do in the EU just here recently, just I think this week, announcing that they have now new certificates for approval. This is pretty much going to open up the EU for them in terms of making both RLUSD, their stablecoin, and XRP. That'll be utilized in the infrastructure in Europe. Almost every bank over there will be able to hold that from a regulated standpoint. So they're already on their way. If we get this clarity, how big will that be to companies like Ripple, to the ecosystem of Ethereum, what's happening within Solana, even Bitcoin to a certain extent, how big do you think it will be for innovation?
So I think it's going to be big. I think clarity is really important. But it's important in kind of, again, a little heterodox my view on this. If it doesn't get passed, American banking goes back to sleep, I think, for another generation in terms of digital architecture, while jurisdictions like Europe, with their MiCA legislation, will move forward. MiCA is not a great piece of legislation, but at least it makes it clear.
Yeah, something. Yeah.
Right, exactly. It's something in the United States. So their banks will actually be able to get an advantage over American banks. You know, American banks have been asleep on almost every innovation, right? When chips went into credit cards, we were still swiping them. Yeah. You know, in so many ways, when it comes to retail innovation, our banks just sit on that interest collection, the carry trade, and don't innovate. And it's only when popular demand, you know, people come back from Europe and say, why am I still swiping when I'm using a chip over there? And I'm embarrassed that I don't have a chip in my card when I shop in Europe. That was years ago.
QR codes also, right?
No, but American banks will only innovate when forced to. I think we need clarity to force them. And once they no longer have the cover of a lack of legislation, they no longer have the cover to say there's too much regulatory risk, they will have to innovate. And then they will be adopting a digital network architecture, whether it's XRP. And we all have to tip our hat to XRP. That was, you know, poster child for the Gensler warrant solution. I fully believe.
I fast forwarded because that was the same clip, yeah.
Don't believe those who are maximalist and say the whole world's going to reduce down to Ethereum, the whole world's going to reduce down to XRP, the whole world's going to reduce down to Canton. I think the digital network future will be as complicated as the analog past.
Absolutely.
There will be multiple layer ones that will find a addressable market, and they will succeed. Now, I don't know if there'll be hundreds, but I think there may well be dozens that will find a path. You know, even in the analog past, when it came to credit cards, everything didn't go to MasterCard. You had Visa, you've got Discover, you've got American Express. They all found an addressable market, and I think the same thing's going to happen in the digital network future.
You don't have many options there, right? And so he said it's not going to be hundreds, probably be dozens realistically. Market close, we're at 43 million in XRP ETF volume today. I mean, it's interesting to see institutional buyers still maybe interested in buying, especially as the price goes down. I've seen some pretty insane numbers, but will it continue? That's the question. Now, I'm seeing more and more conversations about agentic AI and digital wallets. Here's Franklin Templeton addressing that. We're also going to explore how Ripple is addressing that here in just a second.
I think that we're going to see this massive shift in thinking and behavior. And, you know, a lot, if not all of the assets that sit in my digital wallet are going to become things I can use to pay with. And I'm going to have agents of AIs that are going to help me basically create a waterfall of my most ideal payment options given any moment in time. And in a sense, you already get this a little. Like on Amazon, I can use my reward points to pay for things. I can use my credit card. I can use my debit card. I can use Prime credits, right? Loyalty points, right? I can already use multiple forms of payment, but it's all upon me, incumbent on me as the individual to manage that. That's where I see the intersection of agentic AI and on this whole new cascade of different possibilities of what I can pay for things with.
And it's going to be really crazy to see how this comes together. Here's Jeremy Laird talking about the same thing.
The next generation of blockchain networks, things like Arc, which Circle's building on, there's other new blockchain networks, are actually being designed specifically for agentic compute. They're designed specifically for the financial and economic activity of a world where 3 years, 5 years from now, I think can reasonably expect that there'll be billions, literally billions of AI agents conducting economic activity in the world continuously on a continuous basis. They need an economic system. They need a financial system. They need a payment system. There is no other alternative, in my view, other than stablecoins to do that right now, and that can keep up with that pace of technological change. And so it's a critical focus for us, but not just us. There's a lot of other folks that are interested in this and contributing to the technical standards to support this upgrade to our digital economic system.
All right, and then how Ripple is using AI. Ripple is using agentic AI through its acquisition of G.
It's America, predicting the outcome of the big
company purchased for $1 billion in October. G Treasury has previously launched G Smart AI, a purpose-built AI platform for treasury and finance operation that includes agent-driven workflows. You also saw MasterCard make an announcement that it too is going down this hole of agentic AI, and how this would work is using something like the XRP Ledger to power those payments and all of those different AI agents. The now renamed Ripple Treasury, powered by G Treasury, integrates AI capabilities, transform corporate treasury operations. Key features include automated workflow that reduces manual effort, proactively identified risks and various treasury data, strategic recommendations for financial leaders based on real-time insights across traditional cash and digital assets, 24/7 liquidity optimization through policy-based controls, and AI-driven decision support for yield optimization using AI stablecoins and tokenized money market funds and RLUSD, automated reconciliation with immutable audit trails across both traditional banking and blockchain-based transactions. Now, when you're talking about MasterCard's interest in the XRP Ledger, MasterCard's interest in the XRP Ledger is driven by a separate but related initiative. Since November 2025, MasterCard and Ripple have been running a live pilot settling real credit card transactions on the XRP Ledger using RLUSD stablecoin. The key reasons for MasterCard's interest include settlement speed of 3 to 5 second finality compared to 1 to 3 days of traditional banking rails. Regulatory compliance. RLUSD is issued under the New York Department of Financial Services Trust Charter with full reserve backing, meeting MasterCard stablecoin policies and consumer protections, and the global credit card market represents more than $20 trillion opportunity. Now, if you look at RLUSD and the regulatory compliance, I wonder, does Circle meet MasterCard's regulatory compliance? I just thought of this, and I'm interested to know. Aren't you interested? That's how this stuff works. You just like moment, you're like, let's explore those ideas. Now, while we're waiting for this, if you haven't hit like on the video, please consider do so. And if there's anybody in your life that would get value from this, please think about sending this video. Okay, so Circle does meet MasterCard's regulatory compliance requirements. NYDFS bid license. Circle was the first company to receive a bid license from New York OCC Trust Charter. Okay, I just wanted to see MasterCard has an extensive partnership with Circle, specifically the USDC. I wonder why MasterCard is more interested in XRP Ledger than Circle is at this point.
God damn it.
Anyways, I just thought that was I wanted to know for a fact on that. Okay. Chad Steinberg says identity and compliance achieved through permission domains is activated in less than 2 weeks. This will ensure bad actors will not be a source for assets from illicit and illegal activities on the XRP Ledger. Credentials verifiable attestations of identity and compliance status issued by trusted parties. Permission domains, controlled environments that define which credentials are required to participate as a verified user, and permission dexes. Order book within the native DEX that only accepts trades from accounts meeting domain requirements. This is institutional use cases that will allow them to have all of the privacy, invite who they want, KYC, all that stuff, and use the liquidity of the XRP Ledger, as well as a fully regulated stablecoin like RLUSD. This is really going to be something I think truly interesting. I did create a video about this yesterday. If you haven't seen that video, I break this down into detail. It goes into maybe 10 to 12 minutes worth of information. Now, we also saw this big announcement with Morpho Labs. Flare launches modular lending XRP via Morpho Labs.
Speed holders now have a way to put their holdings to work. The Flare blockchain has launched a new integration with the Morpho protocol, introducing lending and borrowing for XRP-linked assets. For users, XRP has lacked the DeFi options available on Ethereum, but this update allows users to deposit their tokens to earn interest or use them as collateral to borrow stablecoins. This system uses isolated lending markets via the Mystic app that contains risk, marking a major step in bringing DeFi utility to the XRP ecosystem. That's it for
Hey, let's go. Also, we did see this announcement with Hyperliquid meet Ripple Prime. Now, let me just close this. Ripple loves to reach out through their out there. So Ripple, a provider of blockchain-based enterprise solutions across traditional and digital finance today, announced that Ripple Prime, its institutional prime brokerage platform, enables support for Hyperliquid, a high-performance decentralized derivatives protocol. This integration enables institutional clients to access on-chain derivatives liquidity while cross-margining decentralized finance, DeFi exposures, with all other asset classes supported by Ripple Prime, including digital assets, FX, fixed incomes, OTC swaps, and clear derivatives. By supporting hyperliquid, Ripple Prime continues its mission to bridge traditional finance and decentralized markets, offering institutions seamless access to DeFi venues within a unified, capital-efficient prime brokerage framework. Clients can access hyperliquid liquidity while benefiting from a single counterparty relationship, centralized risk management, and consolidated margin across their entire portfolio. At Ripple Prime, we're excited to continue leading the way in merging decentralized finance with traditional prime brokerage services, offering direct support to traders, support to trading, yield generation, and a wide range of digital assets. This strategic expansion of our prime brokerage platform into DeFi will enhance our clients' access to liquidity, providing the greater efficiency and innovation that our institutional clients demand, says Michael Higgins, International CEO, Ripple Prime. The inclusion of Hyperliquid underscores Ripple Prime's commitment to supporting best-in-class liquidity venues across centralized and decentralized markets. As institutional participation in DeFi accelerates, Ripple Prime aims to provide clients with the scalable access to next-generation trading infrastructure while preserving the controls and capital efficiency expected as a global prime broker.
Trading world,
Mumu can help me. Hell yeah. All right, and then Chartnerd says, Axiology DLT runs on the XRP ledger, and the team just secured 5 million euros for tokenized capital markets platform. This all makes sense. In late 2025, Axiology received licensing in Baltic Nordic, targeting EU capital markets. Axiology was also some of the technology that the EU was testing for CBDC development, and it looks like they did get the green light here. Axiology becomes the second in Europe to receive this license, with a focus on enabling digital bond issuance for trading SMEs and retail investors. I believe all of this stuff in the European Union goes live on March 20 ECB digital issuance, digital bond issuance. Is it like, here it is, March 30th, 2026. That's what I was looking for. I didn't want to give you the wrong date. I knew where to find it. This is really important because it allows Ripple to open up their business. Axiology becoming the second company in the entire EU to receive a DLT TSS trading and settlement system license under the EU's DLT pilot regime is massive for the XRP Ledger ecosystem. This isn't some random experiment. This license was issued by the Bank of Lithuania in coordination with the European Central Bank and the European Securities and Market Authority, the ESMA. That's a top-tier regulator for approval for infrastructure built on the XRP Ledger. This allows them to do digital bond issuance, trading, and settlement on-chain, delivery versus payment settlement using regulated e-money tokens, and embedded custody, notary, and trading functions under one licensed entity. This is big for Ripple. If you want me to do a full video on why this is important, please let me know down below. I would love to do that. Just need to know that there's enough interest in that content. All right, guys, I will leave it there. I bid you a very good day and a very good week ahead. Thank you so much for watching my content. If you got value, please like, share, comment below, and I will see you in the next one. All right? Aloha. Peace out.
It's been an absolute bloodbath in crypto. I think the entire crypto market lost $1 trillion. Bitcoin finally hit the EMA 200. XRP is down like 16%. Pretty bad stuff. But this is actually good. I'm happy. I'm really excited. I actually love when we really start to enter these bear markets and when price is so volatile and it drops like this. And the reason why is because I get excited that I want to buy again. Those of you that know, when I do trade or when I do invest, I like to set limit orders and I like to buy the dumps. Like, I love to get in when price is super low. So for me, I'm happy. I'm really happy. I mean, we were due for a correction anyways. We were due for the bear market anyways. So you know what? If it's here, it's here. Bitcoin is not going to zero. Most of crypto is not going to zero. Cryptos that have the spot ETFs will probably be okay. And AI is going to be playing a big role in crypto. Plus, we don't even have the crypto market legislation. that's done yet, which is coming. It's very, very coming, and I'm very, very grateful that we will get something done under this administration. One of the things I've talked about before is it's not blue versus red. It's really them against us. And we're actually getting somewhere in 2026, which is amazing. Under the previous administration, we wouldn't even be having these conversations when it comes to crypto market legislation at all. It would be banned. And the way that you ban things works differently. You can tax it into oblivion. You can continue to go after and sue people and litigate against people and throw them in jail instead of making laws. And that's what they were doing under the previous administration. Okay. And again, the real issue at hand here is like really accredited investors. It's accredited investors versus retail investors. Retail investors, most of us, we don't make $250,000 a year. We don't have $1 million in assets. And we are excluded from a lot of the special privileges that the elites get, that people with money get, that the hedge funds, people that, the institutions. And that's why Bitcoin and crypto was created. Now, that's not getting addressed. That's something I push for a lot, especially on my socials. But we're seeing change. We are seeing change. And this is good. This is positive. And there's a lot of good things that are coming out of this tumultuous time. Yeah, market sucks. A lot of people are down. A lot of people are not practicing risk management. If you've been watching the show for a long time, the O Show, everything crypto every single day, smash a like, subscribe, set alert, and drop me a comment that helps to support me. Talk about something called moon bag. We talk about de-risking. We talk about having an entry and an exit strategy because it's important. And if you're somebody that's holding Bitcoin and XRP and you don't want to sell for the next 20 years, cool, that's your strategy. For those of you that are concerned about the short-term price action, Bitcoin's going to be fine. It's going to go back up. This is not President Trump's fault that number is going down because we don't have market structure. Is that impacting price more? Yeah, because of various geopolitical things. Yeah. So we can be like, hey, this isn't great for the markets, but really at the end of the day, Bitcoin is still operating on that 4-year cycle. And that's why we're going down. But again, this is part of crypto. This is how it works. If you are not able to withstand a lot of drawdowns, a lot of volatility, your portfolio is being down absolutely disgustingly, stick to 401ks, stick to SEP, stick to the traditional markets, which again, you don't even have to stick to those because those are incredibly getting to be a little bit volatile too. And just because you invest in traditional assets doesn't mean your portfolio is going to go up. It doesn't. Investing is risky. Investing is essentially the G word. Now, first thing we're going to do on the show today, I got to give a shout out to my channel members, but we have a lot of recaps from yesterday about Scott Bessent, Maxine Waters, what's happening with the crypto market legislature, and some crypto stuff. So we'll get into that, but I do want to give the channel members a shout out, and then we're going to go ahead and cover crypto price action really quickly because it's important. It's important to note what's happening. So shout out to Lawrence. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Shout out to Dale, to Mr. Jermaine, to Mr. Mike. Thank you so much for being here, Mike. To Mr. R, Gorgeous Alexandra, Sparkwater, Gumby, Mr. Gamer. Who else? Legend is here. Cali Crypto. Who else? I know Queen came in yesterday, but yeah, let's go ahead and get into it because there's a lot to cover. And we're seeing a lot of volatility, and I love it. Those of you that have been here long enough, this is easy peasy. This is not the time when we broke down below $7,000 and miners were capitulating. It's a lot different. Yeah, my portfolio sucks right now, but you know what? Is what it is. This is from Glassnode, 67,400. At 67,400, more than 9.3 million Bitcoins are underwater. This is the biggest level since January of 2023. And it just basically means people's average buy-in and their positions are down. The whole entire market is red. This is what it looks like right here. Pretty nasty gain, or pretty nasty market structure. XRP is also down 16%. It's one of the it's leading as far as losses go. And again, we're looking at the weekly right now. Now, as far as Bitcoin goes, Bitcoin is now at $65,000, the most disgusting drawdown that we have seen. But guess what? We talked about price hitting the EMA 200. We talked about price dropping below the EMA 200. And we also talked about price trading under the EMA 200 for about a year. This is 280 days. About that, from June 2022 to March of 2023. So if you can handle price action doing this, I don't know what to tell you. Like when I take a look at the chart, I'm looking at this key area over here, 54,000 to about 43,000. That might be where we cool off. So that's what we're seeing happen. Ethereum is now trading under the EMA 200 to $2,600, and we're going to continue to drop. I mean, one of the things I will say, I am bullish on Ethereum long term, and I'm bullish on Bitcoin long term. It is what it is. And a lot of people are actually announcing on X that they're leaving, or they're leaving crypto, and they're moving to AI, which makes sense to me. AI is all the rage right now. There's a lot of money to be made in AI, but a trend that I am seeing when we're talking about AI is AI agents using and transacting with crypto. Like the Claude bot, all of that stuff, which we'll start to cover a little bit more of that. It's still pretty new, but that's actually good for crypto, because if we get a brand little niche that pops up, we've seen that happen in the past before runs get hit. So we're going to see this little niche that's happening. AI, we're going to see AI and crypto coming together, because you can send microtransactions with these bots. Now with these agents back and forth. Now with this coming together, that creates a brand new niche for people to build. And if people are able to build, then that means money's going to come back into the market and flow to other things. Now the good thing that we do have this cycle that we didn't have before is ETFs. And XRP ETFs are actually outperformed Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Solana, I think, last week. Something like that. So that's good, and that's positive. I know the market's rough right now, but, you know, there's going to be a silver lining.
God damn
Shout
it.
out to Bubba Davis for becoming a channel member. Appreciate you. Give him a round of applause, everybody. Thank you for being a channel member. Shout out to Raider. Shout out to Aloha J. And yeah, let's keep going. There's a lot of stuff. And again, I'm happy that the market's dumping like this. I really, really am. Why? Because this is time for me to actually to buy and to get in, and, you know, am I underwater in some of my positions? Yeah. Is that okay? Yeah, it's okay. It's part of investing. That's what happens, especially with crypto. We know there's 4-year cycles. We know. We're going to talk about those a little bit.
Whatever, man. Bullshit.
The registrar peered at his sheet. Your name is Carl, right? No surname, since your family is dirt poor.
But we definitely will. But really quickly, we got to give a shout out to one of our channel partners today over at I Trust Capital. The reason why is because if you're somebody that wants to get into Bitcoin, or you want to, if you want to get started, I Trust Capital is actually a pretty cool place for that, primarily because you can merge over your existing TradFi accounts, and then you can, you know, get started. I've got an SCP I told you guys about, and we use that for tax advantages, and you can trade both inside of crypto ROA, gold, Bitcoin and gold, precious metals. And they also just listed USDC. It's the first stablecoin across the platform, and it's available in the crypto IRAs and premium custody accounts. And you can actually earn USDC rewards daily and get paid monthly. If you use my ref, you get $100 funding bonus. And again, links up there, the QR code, and down below. $100 is $100, especially in this economy. But one of the very interesting things here is that as we segue back into crypto regulation, what's happening in the market structure is important to know. You're able to earn yield in iTrust. And if we don't get the yield on stablecoins, that goes away. And again, you might be to make $500 extra a year, maybe $300 extra a year, whatever that is. And that's good. That's positive. That's exactly what we want. Stuff. Really, really good stuff. All right, let's get into the meat and the bones of the show today. I know I've been skipping around a lot, but we got to get it. We've got to get it. So, this is in regards to some of the meetings yesterday. So she says that one Dem source, because yesterday the Democrats had a closed discussion meeting, and that's good. I'm glad that they are. Again, it is the Democrats need to get it together. They need to get it together. There's a way for them to coexist with crypto and for them to understand the importance of it, primarily Bitcoin. And they need a seat at the table. They need to get with it. They could be pissed off about the stupid meme coins he launched and his family's businesses all day long. They could be pissed off about that. And that's, for me personally, I think that issue needs to go into the banning secret area from being able to invest. That debate, that idea, that wrongdoing needs to go along with that, because it's all about investing and it's all about profiting. as an ivory tower.
Bullshit.
So I agree with them on that. I don't think that they should be able to profit off of crypto.
Bullshit.
I don't think they should be able to profit off of stocks, bonds, equities, commodities, any of that. All of them. And I think that's a reasonable take. And I think most people that practice critical thinking can also agree with that. I think it should be a separate thing, though, because we can't just have one side. It doesn't work that way. Now, with that being said, they had a closed-door meeting, and Mr. Schumer was there. Mr. Schumer was also a friend of SBF. And that family. Interesting FTX stuff, right? The first discussion on the bills, this was the first discussion on the bills in the Senate Banking Committee's market delay mass. The meeting involved full Democratic caucus, not just the Senate Banking Committee. Discussions were described as positive and the most productive yet. Members still have specific demands, ethics, DeFi, consumer protections, and stablecoin yield issues. The stablecoin yield issue is stupid. Okay? DeFi, maybe, just as long as there's proper disclosures, but what kind of consumer protection? Because they're not talking about the accredited investor law. That's why the accredited investor law is the reason why it is consumer protection. That's what the accredited investor law is. But there's never been any conversation about revising that or removing it. And again, it's incredibly predatory. But they create laws to protect you from your own action, from making money with your money, or having the ability to make money with your money. That's what's happening. Okay? They're not upset. So to me, consumer protections are with that accredited investor law. But they want to add more because it's not good enough. Even though it gives you equal access. It gives everybody equal access to the table, regardless of the social background. Pro-crypto devs still oppose any bill that bans Trump crypto vendors. The bill is seen as a back in play after being considered near dead in weeks. Further bipartisan decisions are expected. Good. They need to. I'm actually in agreement with most of the stuff, except with the yield on stable and the additional protections, because that's done with the accredited investor law, and I hate that law. I think it's ridiculous. Now, this comes from Sandra Lutz, okay, and they're talking about. There's a little bit more over here. Basically, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer emphasized the importance of continued industry engagement and urged momentum to advance the bill. Pressure is rising due to Fairshakes' $190 million midterm election war chest. Now, what's going on? We got midterms coming up, so they're playing games here. They don't really care about you. They don't care about protecting you. They don't care about your future. All they care about is getting those taxpayer dollars. That's all they care about. Bitcoin's not going anywhere. Crypto's not going anywhere. The market will change. The markets will evolve. It's not going anywhere. That impacts their bottom line. Now, we talked about the $193 million Fairshake worth for Coinbase and Ripple. And basically, because midterms are coming up, they got to make people happy, and they don't want that $193 million to be used against them for re-election. Also, Chuck Schumer told he needs to retire. Not an ageist here, but really, like, if people are supposed to retire by like 65, these public servants need to be gone. I think they should be gone by 60. Okay? We need minds in there. We need people. We need to start encouraging younger people to get into politics and to represent their communities. 30, 40-year-olds, 28-year-olds. Once that frontal lobe develops, okay, please. But we need to start seeing more of that. I don't want to see 80-year-old politicians or 70-year-old or even 65. I don't. I want to see the younger generation, because they're going to be able to represent change for the future. And they can learn from their predecessors. But again, that money talks, and it makes people listen. So that $193 million, that's exactly what that is. They don't want to go toe to toe. But they also just want you to earn yield on stablecoins. And shout out to my buddy Carlo over here. He says Liz is never going to let her party give ground on the exit ethics provisions. Talking about Liz Warren. Strange that we don't have similar limits on the family of elected officials in Congress when it comes to stocks. That's what we're talking about over here, okay? If you want to ban crypto from the public servants, you need to ban stocks as well. And that should be addressed in a separate bill that just tackles public servants and their families, and them being able to accept money from different entities and then invest based off of different laws or different things they might know. And again, the reason why I keep bringing up Nancy Pelosi, and she's on the blue side, is because she's notorious for being a really wonderful trader. And there's bad stuff that happens on both sides of the political spectrum. But that issue needs to be dealt with in a separate bill. It shouldn't be part of the crypto market structure, but they do these things for leverage. And remember, our taxpayer dollars are going to fund this crap. That's what it is. Oh, okay.
I check my balance once a week, and it's gone up. That's USDG on Kraken. You earn up to 4.1% APR with zero lockups or effort. You just hold it and earn.
Okay, this one over here. All right. So this is Miss Cynthia Loomis. Cynthia Loomis. Hold on. I want to over here. She says that they're current. I'm just gonna play it. I can't think right now. I got so much going on through my mind.
Senator Cynthia Lummis, she is the chairwoman of the Subcommittee on Digital Assets. Senator, it's wonderful to have you this morning. Thanks very much for being here. First things first, can you give us an update on when you expect this legislation to happen? You lost a big window, right, after Brian Armstrong from Coinbase complained about the markup.
Oh, is that Maria? The Ramones wrote a song about her, which is so cool. Anyways.
Well, good morning, Maria. We did lose that window, but Senator Thune, the majority leader, has assured us that even though now we're going to have to defer into the spring, that he will reserve time on the Senate schedule, which is very hard to get, for later this spring. We had scheduled a markup in the Banking Committee, but the day before we had to pull it off the agenda, not because just of what Coinbase had said about it, but because there was other concern. And you just mentioned one of the big ones, and that is the banks and some of the credit unions have some members of the committee concerned that they will lose deposits.
And that's exactly what it is. It's about the bank's bottom line. They are lobbying against the crypto market structure bill because of the yield on stablecoins. And that is important because you should be able to shop around to decide which financial institution you want to use, that you want to give your deposits to, the one that earns it. That's the entire basis for being American. It's a freedom of choice. And we're able to do that. We're able to pick who we want to deposit our funds into or who we want to do business with on who treats us the best. There's a saying, and Mark Moss talks about it all the time on his channel. He's a friend of mine. Go where you're treated best. Live where you're treated best. Bank where you're treated best. Shop where you're treated best. Talked about it yesterday. I use a Costco credit card for my groceries and my gas and whatnot because I earn the most back. The rewards are better there. So I decide to use that instead of a Bank of America, JP Morgan or whatnot. I get to decide. And every single American should also be able to decide what they do with their money. And if that means that the banks are losing some deposits and it goes to another financial institution, great. Because that means you need to do better. Maybe be more competitive. Maybe your CEOs or the corporate capitalism, maybe they make a little bit less. Their bottom line decreases so that you can give more back to your customers. One of the big issues we have in America is customer service, a lack of it. We've turned into this society where we don't prioritize our customers anymore. And let me tell you, if I'm going to go eat at Chili's and go get Baja Blasted, which we're doing Taco Bell tomorrow night, we're not going to get Baja Blasted. We're going to celebrate with some Taco Bell because it's the weekend. I've got some updates on low. I'll share with you guys in a little bit. But let's say that there's a Chili's in town X and a Chili's in town Y. And town X treats me better. But their prices are a little bit higher. I'm probably going to go to the Chili's in town X. I might pay a little bit more in prices, but I like the customer service. There's people that will do that. Some people will pay more just for the experience, for the customer service. That's something that America doesn't have anymore because of corporate capitalism. Next, we can't play all of this, but Scott Bessent is hilarious, okay? Just over here, Senator Mark Warner said Scott Bessent is likely to be invited to the Senate Banking Committee's next market structure roundtable. The meeting could happen later today or tomorrow, Monday. We'll keep you up to date with that. But Warner feels like he's been living in crypto hell. And you know what? Shout out to Scott Bessent, because we got a really great clip of him on that. And he has just been eating these other public servants up, eating them up. And you know what? I'm glad that Warner feels like he's in crypto hell because we've been in crypto hell for years, okay? I will never forget all the unjust actions that the previous administration, and again, I understand the Ripple case that was done under Trump, but majority of the cases were done under the Biden anti-crypto army. I will never forget all the unjust treatment a lot of innocent people had to go through, innocent entrepreneurs. So, you know, you go through your own crypto hell for a while, okay? Because we just want rules so we can create, we can transact, we can earn, we can operate in this economy. And I understand things are going to change, but I would rather have some sort of rules than an outright ban. And there's two ways that you can ban. Number one, just an outright ban. Number two, taxes. A lot of people don't talk about it. Taxes are predatory. Taxes are an absolute scam, but you have to pay them. Oh, also too, if you guys do need help with your crypto taxes, I've got a ref link down there. I think it's 20% off for some. It's basically kind of like a crypto tax calculator, and it helps you kind of reconcile to pay your taxes and to file properly. And again, I think taxes are a scam, but you do have to pay them. You do have to pay them. And again, I got my CPA Scott on my website he does my crypto stuff when we send it to another CPA, but you do have to pay them. But again, that's two ways that you do ban this stuff. Now, this right here, this is iconic, okay? This is iconic. But he was just absolutely laid into Sherman. And we're gonna listen to this little clip over here because what's his face? Besson just laid into him like freaking crazy. I love to see it. And this is about the Bitcoin treasury.
Of 2008, when powerful men lose money, they now want a government bailout. Does the Treasury Department or the various components of the FMOC have the authority to bail out Bitcoin?
First off, the fact that this guy, he gets paid by the banks, you could go verify. We've covered it on the show years ago, but he gets paid by the banks, and that's fine. I know everybody's got to get a check, but that's why he lobbies against crypto, and that's why he says things about crypto, negative things about crypto. But the fact that you have somebody representing you against Bitcoin and against crypto and are saying, who's going to bail Bitcoin out? Bitcoin is like having a precious metal on your balance sheet. It's like having gold or silver there, okay? So the fact that he says who's going to bail Bitcoin out, it's not like it works completely different. So the fact that he's so ill-informed is embarrassing, but these are the type of people that are fighting against crypto. He probably doesn't even know how yield on stable coins work. And we got some, and he doesn't even know. These people that are advocating against it probably have no idea that Americans will have the opportunity to make a little bit extra cash, and everybody needs a little bit extra cash right now, but that's who we're dealing with.
What's the new home for crypto traders? Introducing Moomoo, a one-stop investing app for crypto, stocks.
But he needs a little bit extra cash right now, but that's who we're dealing with. Geezes.
Could you please elaborate? What exactly does bail out Bitcoin?
Okay, could you instruct the banks of this country?
His face, he is so sassy. I love it so bad.
Free to buy Bitcoin or change banking regulations so that they're encouraged.
Change banking regulations. That's exactly what the problem is. The banks want to operate as is. They want to have zero reserves on hand. So God forbid you have a family emergency and you need to take cash out. They don't want you to. The banks want to protect their bottom line and continue to screw you.
To do so.
And by the way, we're the ones that bail the banks out.
In terms of the reserves that they're otherwise required to have.
Again, that within the context of asset diversification within banks, they could hold many assets.
They can, and they're different. But do you have the authority to order banks to buy Bitcoin or to invest U.S. tax dollars in Bitcoin or Trump coin?
I am Secretary of the Treasury. I do not have the authority to do that. And as chair of FSOC, I do not have that authority.
So the fact that he brought up Trump coin tells you exactly that these people that are actively lobbying against Bitcoin do not know what they're talking about, and they have one agenda. Do I think Trump should have launched the coin or his family? No, I thought it was stupid. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. And the fact that they're bringing it up and not actually talking about the people, these are the people who are representing your best interest.
So we're not going to see our tax dollars invested in crypto assets.
Well, why would a private bank be your tax dollars, Congressman?
Excuse me, I'm now asking about the money of our taxpayers, which you manage as Secretary of the Treasury. Is it going to be deployed into crypto assets?
We are retaining seized Bitcoin.
That's not exactly taxpayer money. You collect a lot of taxes this month.
No, that is an asset of the U.S.
It's an asset of the U.S. Are you going to invest in?
And I will point out,
Mr. Secretary, reclaiming my time. Are you going to invest in
asset seizure? That 1 billion of Bitcoin was seized, 500 million was retained, and that 500 million has become over 15 billion.
Gentleman's time has expired.
I hope you pay attention to what he just said here. Brad Sherman was so ill prepared for this. I am the biggest idiot in the world. I'm the biggest bimbo on the internet when it comes to Bitcoin and crypto. That's what my industry thinks about me. But I know that the Bitcoin, for the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve, it sees Bitcoin. So if you do something naughty and you get in trouble, they confiscate the asset. Just like if you get caught robbing a bank, they confiscate that cash. So what Brad Sherman's talking about doesn't even make sense at all. Because the taxpayers are not funding the purchase of from the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve at the national level. Now, the state level might be a little bit different. It could be. We're still getting there. I think Virginia has pushed their bill for that. They're still working on that. But we're listening to somebody that's representing the taxpayers that gets paid by the banks not only waste our time and our money, but talk about, it has no clue what he's talking about. Oh, also too, I will be at Bitcoin 2026. And I do have a link down below for that. If you guys want to go, you get 10% off the pass if you want to go. But I will be there, even though Bitcoin's down, and I'm fine with it. All right, next. This is a conversation between Congressman Warren Davison, and he's talking about this CBDC. Okay, I'm just gonna read you guys because there's some things I'm just a little bit over here. But basically, this current administration is saying there's no plans to develop a CBDC. Trump issued an EO opposing a CBDC across the executive branch, and the Treasury says it's not aware of any active government effort to build one. Now, I understand that this is what's being said. And I'm glad that he gave it an executive order, but we are getting a CBDC. It is what it is. I do not believe Trump on this. I don't believe the red people on this. I don't believe any of it. We will be getting a CBDC and it will be introduced. I don't know by which party, but we are getting it. We've got good people like Mr. Davidson willing to fight against it, but we're getting one. Also, shout out to Sparkwater for the $4.99 super chat. I greatly appreciate you. We've got 733 people currently watching. Thank you guys so much. I didn't do legs today. I'm doing hot Pilates tonight. That's what we're doing. Summer's coming. Now, this over here is, we're just going to watch it because it's ridiculous. Like, these people are crazy. And again, Maxine Waters, bless her soul, but she needs to go. She needs to retire. But here.
Damn it. Not just to love the housing. 10 and 20 million immigrants.
Can you shut
the housing stock of working Americans. And can you maintain some level of the gentleman's time has expired?
No, my time has not expired.
Your time has expired. The gentleman
took up my time. I think you should recognize that, Mr. Chair.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentlewoman's time has expired.
Well,
you chair parliamentary inquiry. The chair recognizes the vice chairman, Mr. Chair. Parliamentary inquiry.
Go right ahead, but I would not expect you to do that.
She said, shut up. He said, can you maintain some level of dignity? He's so sassy, like sassafras. This is, I'm going to make another video for you guys on this because this is incredibly important, but basically Senator Loomis wants to meet with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent's office to discuss potential de minimis tax exemption for Bitcoin and capital gains clarity. So we don't have, and this is a tax thing too. This is important. Right now, I think Bitcoin and crypto is treated as property. So they also have to, and I don't think this is part of the crypto market structure, but I think that, they're going to be figuring out how we pay taxes on crypto, which again, I know it's rough, I know it sucks, but it is what it is.
So many live streams on Whatnot 24/7 that you can join into and buy from. And the coolest part is you never know what you're going to find in a given show. From those latest released vintage packs that are 20 years old, once you find something you like, you can buy it and watch it be open live with a bunch of other collectors who
is what it is. So, but that's another thing that's coming over here. That's another thing that's coming over here is going to be this actually, let me see. Hold on a second. I made a mistake. I was supposed to do something and I didn't. I didn't do it because I was busy doing things. I was busy doing other things today. Because I actually woke up late today, which I don't know what what the hee-haws going on with that, but I did. But anyways, about Lo, she won another award at school for her good grades. So she got ice cream yesterday at Costco, because we did that after we did our other stuff that we had to do. But she got her ice cream yesterday, so I'm really, really proud of her. And we're just going to have a really, really, really great time with all of it, and just with life and with everything in general. So I'm very excited about it, and I'm really excited for this weekend. Like, you guys know that on the weekends, we just chill, we enjoy ourselves, and we have a wonderful, wonderful time. And that's exactly what we are going to do. Exactly what we are going to do. Now, with that being said, hold on a second. Why is this not working? I know people are going to get mad at me. I'm sorry. But I had to do it. Hold on a second. I don't know what's going on. But anyways, we've got an announcement. We've got a little announcement over here. Hold on. We've got a brand new partner, if you guys can see. So shout out to OG over here. So let's go ahead and talk about it a little bit. And yeah, let's go ahead and chat about this a little bit. So thank you so much to our partners over at OG.com for partnering with the O Show. And it's epic timing because Crypto.com just launched OG, a CFTC regulated prediction market experience blending social media engagement with institutional trading. This allows users to play and trade on sports events like the Super Bowl, alongside politics, entertainment, and economics from crowd and source accountability formats. Y'all know I'm a Seahawks fan, and right now OG is showing the odds are in favor of the Hawks, which I've got that right over here. Give me one quick sec.
The market is bleeding, and one of the things that everybody is asking is, where are the institutions? Are they ready to jump in and wade into the waters of crypto? We'll break it all down for you. Let's do one thing, and I do want to thank our sponsor, and that, of course, is iTrust You guys can get into a crypto IRA very easily by just joining iTrust Capital. One of the ways that you can do that, of course, is by using our link. Now, you can get into all sorts of digital assets, gold and silver. They are one of the most flexible platforms out there in terms of building a crypto IRA. So use our link. It gives you a $100 funding reward just to get started. You guys can jump in there. It's going to be a good one today because we've got a special guest that will be joining us here in a minute. Before I bring him on, I want to play a clip for you by Mr. Novogratz. This is an interesting take. Take a look.
Oh, the pain, the pain, the pain. I think what happened was post 100. People started selling, and it became a little bit of a virus. Remember, Bitcoin was like, I used to call it a religion. The commandments of the religion was hodl. Hold on for dear life. Now we got 2 legs, 1.5 legs left of narrative. It's, will market structure pass? And does that give us a little bit of juice? Listen, the one thing I would say about crypto, when everyone declares it dead, there's lots of opportunity.
All right, so there you've heard it.
Nothing happened, but everything went to hell.
That event.
I feel so tense right here
right now. So I wanted to bring in an expert, not only the market, but on institutional capital, where that direction is going. Joining me is John D'Agostino, who is the head of strategy.
But I don't show it.
How are you, John?
Everything's screaming inside, but I'm like... Nothing happened, but everything went to hell. I feel so tense right here, right inside, stretched to the limit. And there's this inner voice of mine, but I don't show it. Everything's screaming inside, but I'm like, screw that. And there on the hill was...
I'm good, Paul. I'm not going to sing. Are we okay with that?
That's good. I think you've got Mooch and Mike on there really trying to sing in the blues, more likely, of where the market is right now. When you look at what's happening within the market, you have to kind of consider right here. And this is the insane drop that we're continuing to see. Remember, on October 6th, we saw a $4.3 trillion market compared to where we are right now, $2 trillion in 4 months. This is, as many would say, a bloodbath out there. Let me ask you this question. Is Trump good for crypto or bad for crypto? I'm beginning to question this.
So let me start by just addressing those insane numbers, because the way the magnitude of those drops on a dollar basis is a function of how successful the asset class has been. And it sounds like hobium, it sounds like, just but that's the reality. So this is an asset that probably in my lifetime will continue to exhibit significant volatility. And that's not because it's idiosyncratic or quirky. I mean, crude oil, the world's most valuable commodity, exhibits similar volatility, and they keep reminding people it went negative less than a couple of years ago. So this just may be an asset that's how it trades forever, for lots of different reasons. And as it becomes more successful as an asset class, that notional market cap value is going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And so when it drops 20, 30, 40%, which is going to be prone to do every now and then, on an absolute basis, that number is just going to get gigantic and unfathomable. And people have to understand that you have to think of it on a percentage basis, not a notional value basis, so you'll continue to get shocked over and over again.
Well, I think the point you're hitting on is that the volatility is real, but that almost lends itself to the departure from store of value, which is one of the narratives that has been looked at for quite a while, especially on Bitcoin. We're talking about Bitcoin here. Bitcoin currently below 67K. This is erasing all gains since the Trump election. So would a brand new investor or institutional capital say, well, with this kind of volatility, this is no longer a store of value. This is a speculative asset.
Look, I am very sympathetic to that view because I was a classically trained finance person as well. Very, very good friend of mine, a real being who I respect a lot, who I just have that same argument. And I get it. I understand how people think that way. There's an alternative view, though, that I think is depending on your duration. Which is, if we know for a fact that inflation is beating the long-term issues of assets historically viewed as a source of value, we know for a fact, which I think we do, any reasonable long-term trend versus expected inflation, you just don't make your money back over time. You just don't get inflation. If you believe that, as I do, then inclusion of an idiosyncratic asset that tends to have more upside volatility than downside volatility. And even with the struggle, if you look over the last 10 years, it has more upside volatility than downside volatility. If you do not into your weighted store of value play, with the goal which is to beat inflation, that's the goal, then you fail. You just fail using traditional tools. So I think it's Bitcoin. I don't think it's just Bitcoin. But my counter argument to people who will kind of gloat during these times is pull back 10 to 15 years. If you go back in a time machine and you could say create a pool of assets to hedge against inflation over the next 15 years, if you don't tell me you're including Bitcoin, you're lying to me. Just flat out lying. So sure. I get it, but I think, again, that you have to think longer term and you have to think what the actual goal of a store of value is.
Well, I would say this, that, since the fall from around 80K, I have had more people calling me that have been in, my generation, Gen X, and boomers, asking me, hey, Paul, do we think we'll see a sub 60? So it's basically the sharks circling. These are guys with high net worth. They're looking for a potential opportunity like what you're talking about, which is more long-term vision. And I think this tweet kind of nailed it right here. If the boomers don't save us at 75, we're cooked. But the point is that you got Eric coming in and saying, wait, don't worry about it. We're setting on 40% down plus in October, but yet at the same time, ETFs are down only 6%. So that tells me that maybe long-term investors are looking at this differently than what we have seen true crypto investors looking at that. And that's what I think what you're saying is that this is a different kind of horizon.
Paul, I think that's a sober way to think about it. So I don't, in these situations, I think folks in crypto should just acknowledge things are bad, right? So one of the options I don't like in crypto is everything's good for Bitcoin, everything's good for crypto. Right. If you point out these things, your FUD or your weak hand, that's not. These are very, very traumatized. I would say that to anyone who was holding gold in early 2008, down 30% off the highs. I'd say it to people holding other challenging volatile asset classes. So that's the first step. Is things are bad, but there are indications that we're not seeing a capitulation along the lines of what some of those who are sort of embarrassed that they've been wrong about getting Bitcoin for 10 years are hoping for, so they can finally be proven right at the dinner table. One of those is what you mentioned. And you know, people think of ETFs as institutional. In some ways they are, but in most ways they're not. They're retail driven. So there's a retail component that has done the homework over time this whole thing. If you look at the open interest in volumes in the futures and derivatives side, it's not falling off a cliff the way we would expect if a market was just selling out and people were leaving. So that's hopeful. You know, Poly Market today has over 60% chance, and Kalshi have over a 60% chance of market structure being passed by end of the year. So, you know, I step back and say, what is fundamentally different today than, say, 120 days ago or 10 days ago when Bitcoin was at all-time highs? You know, there's probably a different outlook on the political side. That's one change. October 10th shook people to some serious degree. But what we didn't see from October 10th is we haven't seen a major liquidity event. We haven't seen a major dissolution like an MTS or some major fraud. Those are all positive things that indicate we're not looking at speculation, we're looking at typical volatility.
Yeah, well, I would say for October 10th, maybe not yet. It's possible that this is maybe still brewing, you know, in the market, because many people are looking at where this market is going. Here's the absolute bloodbath lineup here. Gold jumping 5.5. That's 1.9 trillion, by the way. Yeah. Silver at 19%, 980, and the S&P is down, Nasdaq down, Russell 2000 down, Bitcoin dumping 8. This looks like a baker's dozen of not the place to be when it comes to investing. So with all of that unwinding as we go, I guess the real question is, all of these sell-offs connected, do you think? Or are these independent?
To some degree, say yes, because let's be, and this again, it's a success of the asset class. As we both know, Paul, and watch the show, you're very astute. There's 5 to 10 prop shops and market makers in Chicago that control a significant amount of workflow of all risk assets in the U.S. And when you become an institutionally investable asset class like crypto has, you gain their attention and you gain their flow. And the reality is that when the world goes risk off, those 5 to 10 prop shops go risk off, and that drives a lot of the activity we see in capital markets. So, if you want to be a player, if you want to be an institutional asset class, you become subject somewhat to those whims. The good news is, and we looked at this a lot, because when I was head of strategy at NYMEX, everyone was really upset that hedge funds and prop shops and market makers were directionally pushing the price of energy commodities in one direction or another. And we took a really close look at this. And here's the reality. These groups never really exacerbate trends, but they do it equally on the upside and the downside. And they don't really control price. So there's no question that crypto now being institutional and in that pool of market makers is exacerbating the trends. Right. It's also going to do so on the upside.
One other thing that I want to kind of get to is the impact that we've seen now with the Trump administration that I would say is starting to unravel a little bit. And one of the things was, of course, the House lawmakers launched this probe into World Liberty Fi. And this is a big deal because it does, now granted, I know, listen, there's a lot of inside deals being done on traditional finance. There's inside deals being done, you know, when it comes to risk assets. But in general, do you feel like this is going to be kind of a cast around crypto, that this is happening and it's so closely related to the Trump administration?
I mean, again, not a policy expert. I think it certainly is going to be used as a weapon. There's no question. It's going to be in the narrative, and then those in the industry have to figure out a way to answer that. My view on this is simple. Again, not a policy expert, not responsible for business policy position. But just somebody stepping back and with a lot of friends who are on the left and the right side of modern politics, it doesn't seem clear to me. We had a Disclosure Act passed a couple of years ago. It doesn't seem clear to me that we as a society have decided how we want our government officials to engage in capital markets. I don't care whether it's commodities, equities, crypto, whatever, right? You've got some people now accusing others of manipulating equity markets. You've got some people manipulating crypto markets. So what I would say is that what seems unfair is signaling out any one market. That seems unfair. It seems to give arbitrary conclusions. So the notion that we should figure out how we want our government officials to interact with capital markets overall, set a fair level set of fair rules that we want to apply to those rules, that seems reasonable. What seems disingenuous at this moment is using crypto specifically as a cudgel. When a couple of years ago we were having the same discussion, but it wasn't about crypto, it was about equities. So that would be my view. I think that seems to be the most fair view. Don't use this as a cudgel in a sort of really unfair attempt to win an argument right now that your lobbying groups have pitched you to win. Let's solve that problem overall. But let's have everyday investors gain the benefit of
what the fuck?
They can get versus earning 10 basis points in the checking account.
Do you think that, because this unwrapping of what's going on in World Liberty Fi could open up a lot more can of worms? I mean, we could end up like almost an Epstein level event in crypto where we're starting to see all these.
Let's not connect. Let's not connect them on. Come on, man. Paul, I love you, but look, it's going to be used as a weapon. There's no question. And depending on the elections go, there'll be the investigations. And I'm sure that I don't think as an industry we should allow the narrative to be hijacked through via personal vendetta. So again, I go back to this. Everyone should follow the same set of rules for every asset class. I'm just not aware that those rules exist. And if we're going to make them, let's not make them targeting one specific asset class. That seems disingenuous, and that also seems inefficient.
Well, I guess the question really remains then, if that is the fact, if you've got the Democrats kind of camping on this issue with policy around the Trump administration, but at the same time, senators on both sides of the aisle are out there trading stocks very efficiently, apparently. So we've seen that for quite some time. Do you think we're at a point where institutions are trying to figure out, is this something I want to be involved in? I mean, obviously they're involved in the equity side and this is going on. So are they simply saying, no problem, we see this as a future, we're still all in? Where do they stand right now?
So I don't know of a single, what I would call institutional level investor that has done the work of this asset class and has made the decision to go into it, who is scared off by lack of regulatory clarity. We want the clarity of the of course, but there are a lot of kind of niche, massive industries that exist without big areas of every So I don't think it's that much drama. People can maybe put a hold on their plans for a little bit of time. They don't. Nobody wants to have the asset class that's going to be the subject of vitriol and attacks at the end of the day. But that's a good time. So I think anyone who's done the work and said we like the asset class, and now we don't because we may not have this new rule. Again, I think we'll have it, but that isn't required for institutions to dive in. They've done the work in an environment without that market structure built. So if they got comfortable making that decision then, they'll be comfortable regardless of where we wind up.
Yeah, well, clearly regulation, the path that we've seen, even if you just look at the CFTC and Polymarket, that has kind of put Polymarket in a very good position, I think, in general, when you look at what's going to go on with prediction markets. So regulation is very important, and going forward here. Probably the critical point that could resurrect this market off of the floor. Would you agree?
Okay. Polymarket Technology, fantastic companies. Polymarket Technology will both still in several states, but it's not be able to market for one down. But it's a great technology, it's a great product, so it's growing. You don't need
God damn it.
So,
fucking bullshit.
Of course, without question. Passage, fair, market structure clarity bill will absolutely go a long way. I'd say I don't want. I hate contingent causality. So I don't think that's going to be the thing that if we need one thing to save us as an asset class, that's problematic. What will save us as an asset class is the technology is superior. The Clarity Bill passing, a fair version of it at least, will absolutely accelerate the bottoming out and recovery. There's no question.
All right. One thing that happened yesterday was that there was a little pushback here. Crypto industry proposed an expanded community bank involvement in stablecoins. So do you know about what happened, in DC, where they kind of flipped this across to the lobby with the banks, and then all of a sudden we get a slowdown? Why do you think that occurred?
Politics, not to shoot. Look, there's another issue I'm very familiar with, which goes back to my history. So the argument over exemptive relief, SEC exemptive relief.
Yes.
And people might say, well, hold on, wait a second, why is that a big deal? Why do you care crypto if you can't be given? So exemptive relief, for those viewers who aren't policy wonks, is just kind of a fancy way of saying the SEC looked at a technology or a product or some innovation, and they say, hey, this looks really cool. We think this might be good for consumers in the U.S. Investors. However, we don't really have rules that kind of govern it. So we're going to let you do this in a small way. We're going to watch it. We're going to make sure no one gets hurt. And if we like what we see, we're going to let you do it more. While you're doing that, we're going to create the rules. That's basically what exemptive relief is. And so a cynical view is, well, why does crypto want it? Like, the other side saying crypto can't have it. Everyone else can have it, but crypto can't have it.
Right.
The reality is, if you look back at a wonderful innovation called exchange-traded funds, ETFs. When ETFs came around, they were allowed 300 exemptive reliefs over the first couple of years of existence, and that's largely why the U.S. is the largest ETF market. And so we have things that we take for granted in capital markets that make us who we are, make the United States the most liquid and enviable capital markets in the world because of exemptive relief. Because a smart SEC is willing to admit, hey, innovation moves faster than rules. There's no way. I mean, I think the SEC is full of great people. I genuinely have been working with them for a very long time. I think they do what they think is best for the country. It is impossible for them to keep up with innovation and technology. And so smart SEC staffs in the past, administration, have said, we get this, so we're going to corral it, make sure it doesn't hurt anyone, but we're not going to stifle it. If you take away that ability, number one, you're saying we don't trust the SEC to decide what's best for the investor. That's literally what they're there for. And the second thing you're doing is signaling out an asset class and putting your foot on its neck. And the net result of that, as we saw in the prior administration, is all of that innovation moves offshore.
Sure. Well, that's the fear I have still with where we are right now, because I'm still skeptical as to whether or not we can get through DC. Speaking of that, when you look at the politics being played, we're also seeing politics being played in the finance markets. Cathie Wood went on talking about what Binance was doing and their involvement possibly in 1010. CZ responded to that, and I wanted to get your opinion on this, if you'll take a look at this clip.
Sure. The highest complaint I've seen so far is on the October 10th crash. Some people say Binance caused it. It's pretty clear that the tariff announcements preceded the crash, not Binance system issues. Understand that Bitcoin itself is a $2 trillion market. They would probably have to risk in the order of hundreds of billions of dollars to try to impact the Bitcoin price. For any single entity or individual to do that, they have to take that risk that they may lose that couple $100 billion. I would never want to do that. If any of you guys still think that, anybody who still think Binance deliberately caused that crash or try to sell Bitcoin to manipulate the price, that's just really, really far-fetched. In this world, no technology is guaranteed to work all the time. The internet can be broken. If you bet on all those things working all the time, if any time those things have any weakness, you're going to lose all your money, then you're probably risking too much.
All right, so that was CZ, obviously the former CEO, I guess, of Binance. Do you think that the DOJ would possibly look at Binance again for an investigation based on anything coming out of that 1010?
Sure. So again, I don't know what Cathie said. I'm a big Cathie fan. I think she's a brilliant person. I'll just go back to my history of the NYMEX. So every time the price of crude oil and natural gas would spike or volumes would accelerate, we would have functional issues. And this was an exchange that was 99.99999% uptime and with a fantastic CIO. CZ's right. Whether it's pre-internet or post-internet, volume floods systems. And it doesn't matter how well you set those parameters. When you reach unprecedented level of volume activity, everything breaks down. Human systems break down, technology doesn't do that. So I haven't seen evidence of malfeasance on behalf of any exchange. I'm sympathetic as an exchange executive for 20 years to his argument that sometimes things break. And Binance being as big as they are, of course they're going to be in the center of that activity. I know people work at Binance. I don't believe they're interested in manipulating at large scale this market. So I would, Kathy's a smart woman. So I would say if there's evidence, then yes, the DOJ would open an investigation into any entity that was potentially causal. But I haven't seen anything to indicate that.
John, when we saw the Ondo Summit this week, we saw something that kind of showed up that I thought was interesting. And I'll show you some of these, the institutional errors, they're calling it right there. You recognize a lot of these guys. But the point being is that we're not seeing the kind of the status quo of crypto. We'll call it the top 10 tokens out there. When you look at the market as it is now, because many of these are going to end up really creating their own blockchains, all sorts. If you look at the rise of Canton, there's all sorts of potentials here as we move forward. Could we see a cycle here where the old crypto, which is kind of the current crypto, becomes maybe no longer relevant in comparison to the growth, much like in the internet, where we had companies pre-internet, and then what came out of that was a completely different set of companies. Do you think that's possible this time around for blockchain?
That's great. First of all, I love this format, by the way. I love responding to tweets. I feel like I'm sitting next to my wife, like sharing memes. This is great.
That's good.
It's a lot of fun. It's fun. So look, I actually do. You just framed it very succinctly and eloquently. I want to be clear. So a lot of people in crypto Twitter, especially the OGs, the crypto natives, they sort of bemoan what they view as the co-opted. Right? They would look at that list of names and say, "What a shame that we don't have brand new names. What a shame that they haven't been disintermediated, et cetera, et cetera." I don't necessarily want to see current management infrastructure burned to the ground. I want to see it replaced and evolved slowly and smartly over time. Because when you burn things to the ground, when you burn existing infrastructure to the ground, you hurt a lot of people. So I'm not interested in revolution in that way. Crypto goes through bubbly periods. There's no question. Gold goes through bubbly periods. Commodities go through bubbly periods. Bubbles have a bad reputation. But there is one thing that they do well. They inspire a lot of investment, and they inspire a lot of research, discovery, and innovation. Now, a lot of that research, discovery, and innovation winds up being worth nothing. But some of it is worth massive amounts. And so you can't, and I'll argue, I'll go on a limb and say, I'll argue that it's hard to really innovate without something that resembles a bubble in some way. It's difficult.
Yeah.
I don't know if we would have PayPal, Google. I don't know if we'd have that financial infrastructure if you didn't have that early internet bubble. You need massive amounts of capital and innovation. And the great thing is the result of that is what I call productive versus inert bubbles. Inert bubbles are like, real estate bubbles in the middle of nowhere. And everything blows up, and there's no roads, there's no plumbing, there's nothing. It's just a ghost town, right? That's an inert bubble. They don't produce anything of value. Productive bubbles produce infrastructure that you build on the next layer. There's no question if you just stop and look at where we are right now with blockchain and crypto versus, say, 5 years ago. We might have gone through periodic bubbly asset price periods, but every time we're left with more resilient, ingrained financial infrastructure. Larry Fink was not saying everything will be tokenized 5 years ago. He's saying it's now.
Yeah. Well, and I think that is to the point is that if you just look at what happened at WEF, it was a complete flipping of the script in terms of where blockchain was just 2 years ago, much less what we're seeing now. It was almost unheard of to even see a blockchain executive on a stage 2 years ago, and now we're seeing on the main panels. So it's kind of interesting.
And every major exchange has basically announced the beginning of testing of either side-by-side or adjacent blockchain-based trading. And if you think that we're both Gen X, if my Gen Alpha daughter generally believe that when she's on age, she won't be using blockchain rails to transfer value.
Yeah.
We have an argument about that. Yeah. Just like saying she won't be using driverless cars at my age.
I'm here at the end.
Of course you will. I've got 6 digital asset themes coming over from Wintermute right here. Everything becomes tradable. Stablecoins become the trust. Markets will reward durable revenue, so temporary incentives. DeFi converging with fintech. Privacy becomes table stakes, and then regulation matures into a distribution edge. Do you like any of those, or do you like them all?
Well, I mean, like, I'm not as fool to argue with him. He's one of the fiercest brains, and I use the word fierce on purpose. He's an intimidating guy. Okay, let's go through one by one real quick. Everything becomes tradable. Couldn't agree more. Now, that doesn't mean everything becomes liquid. I think he's very, very smart with sports there. Blockchain doesn't magically solve liquidity problems. What blockchain does is make liquidity better and make value transfer better. So just if you have a bad product and you put it on blockchain, it's still a bad product.
Это вам не казино, тут люди реально зарабатывают до $20 тысяч в месяц. С платформой плата достаточно небольшой суммы вложения, чтобы результат в несколько тысяч.
It is pure decimation out there in the crypto markets. XRP is down 20% in one day. Okay, we're going to talk about what are the gems, what are the gem discounts on the market, what should you be doing, what should you not be doing. And make sure you watch until the end. I'm fresh off of the live stream. We just did one. Make sure you turn on post notifications. So click subscribe, turn on the notification bell, and you won't miss the live streams. Drop a like. Let's get into it. XRP down 20% in one freaking day. This is not looking good. 3 months, we're down 46%. This month, 44% in 1 month. And then on the year, we are, so keep in mind, all altcoins right now are basically at their best entry they've ever been for the last year. So we're going to talk about some standout altcoins in this video that I'm thinking about loading my money into. But number one, do not panic. Do not get all crazy. Don't panic sell. Don't panic buy. Just really think about your financial position, think about your long-term portfolio. If you know the 4-tier portfolio method that I teach in the inner circle, think about that. That's crucial right now. $1.25. Okay. Now I've been just firing off the tweets. XRP is taking a beating. That is true. The whole market is falling. So keep that in mind. This is not just XRP sliding down. This is everything sliding down. However, XRP is around double the other assets, right? XRP is down around 20%, but Bitcoin's down around 9%, Ethereum 9.8%, BNB 9%, Solana's a little bit higher. So there's varying degrees of dumps right now. You've got Zcash and XRP and Monero actually dumping. So the privacy coins, maybe something big is coming out negative about the privacy coins. Kind of already did with the Epstein stuff. One thing I wanted to remind you of is February 17 is the new Chinese New Year. They don't even start their new year until February 17. It is the year of the horse, the fire horse, I believe. And this is Bitcoin's enemy year. So we don't play into the astrology that much, but you need to be aware of it because it does influence. It's correlation, not causation. So just because the stars are doing something, it doesn't cause things. It simply correlates with what the universe was going to do anyways, right? So it is Bitcoin's enemy year. Could that be good for XRP? XRP is a dragon year. I'm a metal dragon year. I'm born in the year 2000. XRP is a water dragon, which is awesome. And I'm a metal dragon. So, one thing you should be doing is looking for good deals. Look for the good deals, okay? The real ones in crypto always look at these as discounts. These are discounts. You'll never get these entries, or for a whole year you couldn't get entries like this, right? I said 7+ years of holding XRP, we can't even get above $5. That is the true reality. It's a tough one to swallow, but the fact of the matter, all price predictions of $10, $100, $1,000, $10,000, put them all aside. The truth of the matter is we can't even get above $5. What is going on there? We now know from some of the Epstein stuff, there's been an evil force working against XRP for sure. We've been through the struggle. We have, Ripple holding 34% of the supply, slowly drip feeding it out, dumping on our heads occasionally, but they're strategically acquiring companies so that maybe XRP can go to the moon in the end. So sometimes the doubt, tiredness, annoyingness creeps in, but you got to shut it out, stay strong, and keep stacking if you want. So a lot of people, these XRP haters, they take the low blows. They kick us when we're down, and they're quick to step on our necks when we're down. But when we go up, they are silent, absolutely silent. So everything is dumping. Do not panic. Look for the good deals. Some of the good altcoin deals that I see right now, and by the way, look at Hyperliquid holding up like crazy. There's a link in the description. It says my free Telegram. We got into this one super early in the free Telegram, which was amazing. This is one of the first really good deals I see is Chainlink. $8 Chainlink. Under $10 Chainlink. That is insanity to get in on that. You've got Stellar still, I wouldn't prioritize buying Stellar, but it's a good addition. It's in my long-term portfolio. Hedera.
Tax expertise without fees. Switch to a TurboTax expert for $150. All tax situations, all returns. $150 all in. No surprises. Now this is taxes.
8 cents. Could be a good deal as well. Definitely a better deal than a week ago, a month ago. But the standout is QNT, in my opinion. Dropping now to 59.80. Why is this a standout? Well, because it has the lowest supply out of any of these assets we've ever talked about. It is 14.6 million tokens. So all of those supply shock narratives that you guys talk about and influencers talk about with XRP, all of those supply shock narratives directly go with Quant way better than they do with anything else. Anything else. Okay? It is akin to Bitcoin. We have less supply on Quant than Bitcoin. And so just as a solid investment, in my personal opinion, I love to buy Quant, and I love this discount we are seeing on Quant. And I am a lot more confident in looking at Quant as a discounted solid asset because the supply is so scarce. So if it goes to $50, you can be an owner of 2 whole Quant tokens for $100. That is crazy. Now you are a holder of 2 of 14.6 million instead of, 2 of 100 billion tokens, right? Which that would cost you only $2 versus $100. It's all relative. But in terms of supply shock, when you talk about supply shock, that means there has to be literally no tokens left. And with XRP, it's just not true. There's a lot of good thoughts and good ideas around the supply shock, but there's just not enough demand to take up all those tokens and really make it a scarce asset. You don't typically talk about a scarce asset having 100 billion tokens. It starts to get scarce around the Chainlink area, in my opinion, where it's a 1 billion. If it's 1 billion supply, it starts to get scarce. That is why also HBAR with the max supply of 50 billion, exactly half of XRP's, that's why that's a good bet, in my opinion, as well. Now, the big warning here. Also, Provenance blockchain, great pickup. It's up 8%, standing out in the sea of red. Huge insight here. If you are going to purchase cryptocurrency and, start your portfolio right now or get in on these crazy dips and discounts, you need to be prepared for us to go even further down, okay? I'm talking 50K Bitcoin, 47K Bitcoin, around there. You got to be prepared for that, okay? So that means if you put $10,000 into XRP right now, you got to be prepared for us to go below $1 on XRP. And so that makes me think that maybe in my personal opinion, and what I should do is maybe not put my full dry powder cash stack in at this time, but maybe I'm putting half or 25% of my available disposable income, right? So that if we drop more, I can unload the clip again, maybe up to 4 times with 25% batches, right? So I can get the best entry possible. That is going to set you up for success. As it crashes, you are deploying the clip and getting the lowest entry possible. That's going to set you up for success, in my opinion. Sweep below $1, decent deal as well. If we keep going down, Algorand, 9 cent, decent. Stay is a decent coin as well. The typical culprits down here. IOTA. Had so much issues with my IOTA wallet, it's insane. Telcoin. Some of the old OGs. Definitely not Gala anymore. That's one that I don't believe in anymore at all. Karate Combat, not really at all anymore. Actually, I'd say fully not at all. Sucks to see that it go that way, but that's the way it goes. The way she goes. So ultimately, you can unload the clip if you want, but be prepared for more crashing, okay? Be prepared to go even further down. I'm talking 1 trillion on the market cap, okay? So thank you for watching. Definitely, try to stay strong in these times. Study up. Join the Gold Squad Discord inner circle if you want. We're getting it really, really set up. Oh, dude, the bear market is going to be glorious. This technically could be an entry, the big second signal into a bear market. How long that bear market's going to last? It's not going to be years, for sure. There's no way, in my opinion, that we can stay down bad for years anymore. It doesn't exist. I think, we'll come swinging back up probably around November for the midterm election, right? So we got to think about that. Factor that in, because do you think he's going to go into the midterm with a horrible stock market and crypto down bad when he's supposed to be the crypto president? Maybe this is their entry. My personal theory is that they're bringing Bitcoin down to 50K or around 50K. They're going to get their big capital deployed, and then we're going to run it back up to 100K, and now every dollar that they spent, they get $2. So they 2x very easily. And then they're prepared for the 250K, the 500K. They're in at the greatest entry possible. And it's all manipulation at the end of the day. And I think that's what's really going on. They need better entries before the Clarity Act, the Crypto Market Structure Bill. They issue in the surveillance state through those, clamp down on the crypto industry, make themselves more comfortable with it, control it more. It's already infiltrated by BlackRock. It's infiltrated by everybody. And that's what it is, right? So this could be a final shakeout before the major golden AI bull run, because something needs to save the economy, right? And, crypto is flourishing because we have limited supply. It's hard money, real money. So stay strong. Still building out the Gold Squad. We got the course library going crazy in there. We just did a town hall meeting. We're doing lots of stuff, so join up. We also have some new links in the description if you want your crypto taxes done. Tax time is coming. Got that down there. Full white glove service with my personal crypto tax team. Both Megan and I use them for ours. Full white.
Across America, predicting the outcome of
not going to tell you what the trades are because we don't want to be front run, but I've got some very large trades in play. And when they print, which they might, well, if Amazon beat on earnings, they'll probably beat in the next 15, 20 minutes. If that happens.
If you can't read the address, tell me and I can try to send you anything. It'll really help. One minute they like this one and that one.
This is like the most depressing day in history for a month.
Down, it's below $1.13. Low. $1.11 or something.
It's making people question.
They said it's correcting now.
Doesn't look like it. Not right now.
You really think it's going to crash? That's our beat.
Well, it's crashed. We're waiting for a decalculation.
It would be crashed, wouldn't it?
No, this is basically all of our gains from Trump cutting in is gone. Almost. I mean, they didn't go 50.
Do you think it's a rebellious?
No, people don't like that Epstein was the creator of Bitcoin, so they're going to take out. They don't like that. It's decoupling. Bitcoin held XRP price up. So it's decoupling from Bitcoin, and it's going to do its own thing.
What do you think is going to happen?
The only difference is we're waiting for the Clarity Act. We got to wait till April 3rd. It's another date. I mean, it's constant. I mean, it's the Jews.
We're waiting for it. No, just look at it that way. That's all you can say at this point. I mean,
well, I always knew Bitcoin was going to do this. This is. Yeah, it has to. No. If you didn't get out, see, people bought in 120,000 Bitcoin. They'll never see that price again. I've said that. They'll never see it that high again. And you see how per coin. Well, it was where Bitcoin was at. But what I'm saying is that's when you don't buy in at the top. But they were scamming people. That's why I said Michael Sarah. They're called shilts. They're called hype men. Trump is one of the biggest. No, because he's a banker. He's the Jew. He's the winning coin. See, you go with the winners. But the thing is, a lot of people don't like to go back to the banking system. See, he's saving the banks. You understand that? That's why the Bitcoin people hate XRP. They will always hate Ripple because we're going back to enslavement again. They win. Well, what do you expect? Look, Epstein controlled the world and the governments for 40 years. So that's the world you live in. Yeah, that's wide out in the open, and there's probably another guy higher than him. So you don't even know. But he was been the puppet master, controlling everything. And I've always said pedophiles control this world, and they always will. In 16,000 years, it's been nothing different. So you're not going to, it's going to, what you had 1,000 years ago, today, it's going to be another 1,000 years. Again, it's not going to go away. So you have to accept the reality. It's dark, cruel world. Welcome to humanity. This is how we've always been. We are fucked up creatures. And that is when you accept that.
Your dad got disability 100%.
Literally, I'm live streaming it. All right, let's do one.
Be in the next 15-20 minutes. If that happens, just like that, all margin's gone again, and my portfolio is transformed. And I'm gonna
Basically, the Clarity Act is April 3rd, by the way.
then I could, tomorrow morning, I could sell the lot from this morning, because this morning's one is already up like a couple of grand. I've got a couple of grand profit in this right now from this morning's lots. But if I group them all together as an average, I'm down. If I show you, if I bring to you on the screen Google,
Oh. Damn it! Bullshit!
Like the ocean, staring at the screen. The most beautiful girl that I've ever seen. My hand waving in the summer night. A supermodel vision, glowing so bright. You're blocking your life, but you're living a dream. More than a model, you're the god in the beat. Infinite soul. Be more control. You might just be a little princess that you gently evolve. Sexy got it, got your sensation of stopping the sky. Scary. Как песня, кто ждет, как мечта. Многие ищут меня, красота. Ты создана Бога для исключения. Ты вдохновение для смелых мужчин. И весь мир перед тобой. Просто позволь мне быть рядом с тобой.
Bullshit!
Just like that, watching the rain screw. Sunset. Stop. Staring at the screen, the most beautiful girl. Love waving in the summer light. A supermodel, so bright. Let's all keep on going. Yeah. Blue eyes like the ocean, staring at the screen. The most beautiful girl I've ever seen. Long hair waving in the summer light. A supermodel vision glowing so bright. You're blocking your light, but you live in a dream. More than a model, you're the gold in the beam. That's it.
Fuck yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Yes! Yes!
My control. World that just it's a guy. Star in the sky.
Beautiful.
Твой голос как песня, мой знак как мечта. Боги в жизни одна красота. Жизнь создана Богом для ярких вершин. Ты вдохновение для смелых мужчин. Парень ждет, и весь мир пред тобой. Просто позволь мне быть рядом с тобой. Mistakes, but a heart so true. Every post, every frame, I'm looking for you. Infinite potential, you're just at the start. A supermodel soul with a masterpiece heart. Shining, the world is watching the rich scrolls grow. Your eyes like the ocean, staring at the screen. The most beautiful girl that I've ever seen. Summer, I saw for my attention. You're sweet, so bright. Keep shining, got you.
Axis was chasing updates and getting nowhere.
New world order. Hate upon fear. And secret.
So sell your house, get money, get that 60. Good. Yeah. No, if we go to 58, 64 cents, more likely that it's good. Well, it's part of it, you know. What you can do. Yeah, it must suck to have bought in at 126,000. This XRP's down more than it, 14%. Worse. Why is that? Did you see that? It's down worse than Bitcoin. Twice as bad. Crazy, isn't it? Oh, well, people are selling their XRP and people are not selling their Bitcoin. That's the difference. I thought that, remember I said yesterday, I thought people wanted to sell their XRP? They are. It sucks. You're an idiot. Why would they do that? They're stupid. This is not. This is pretty bad crash. Thanks a lot, Epstein. $100,000 loss. How's that make you feel? It doesn't really mess with me because I know it's going to go back up. I'm not scared at all. God damn it. Wow. I got this feeling, tide is gonna turn now, baby. Funny feeling, everything gonna be alright now. Yeah. Holy shit. Fuck! Fuck! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Where am I? Ah, damn it! Fucking bitch. Damn it! Yes! Fuka! Holy shit! Woo! Got the Black Sun, baby! Woo!
Lost. BlackSunGod 91.
I always consider myself, even if you don't know it. And I already should know.
Ah.
So,
Holy shit. Ah. Secret area, baby.
It's awake, but it can't free itself.
Excessive ordnance is now required.
The Makers say there is a powerful weapon here that can release the creature. We're marking it on your map now.
Lost.
Stupid. Good. Jesus Christ. Wow, baby.
Copy written by Eric Jeffrey Leonard Plot.
Damn. Damn it! Bullshit. Damn it! Bullshit. Oh.
Shuffle. Run as super model sensation. Model 8X groups. Blogger.
La nuit tombe sur nos voix. Un dernier mot, juste toi. Le monde dort mais à nos cœurs. Il bat encore un peu ailleurs. Le silence entre nous, c'est doux et c'est flou. Je retiens l'heure pour rester un peu plus près. Bonne nuit, mais le temps va pas. Bonne nuit, reste encore là. Bonne nuit, sans dire pourquoi. Bonne nuit. Je pense à toi. Les ombres glissent sur ta peau. Le temps s'étire bientôt. Chaque seconde me s'arrêter. Avant que le jour vienne tout voler. Je suis ensemble, nous c'est tout et c'est flou. Je retiens pour ne pas te laisser faire. Bonne nuit, mais le temps va pas. Bonne nuit, reste encore là. Bonne nuit, sans dire pourquoi. Bonne nuit, je pense à toi. Entre nos voix se sont effleurées. Et c'est la fin, ne dis rien. Laisse la nuit nous garder. Bonne nuit, mais le temps va pas. Bonne nuit, reste encore là. Bonne nuit, sans dire pourquoi. Bonne nuit, pense.
Damn it! Oh.
It has to be. Skies are new.
Yeah. Oh! Shit. Ah, damn it! That's such bullshit. Maybe impossible. God damn, man. This is bullshit.